Chapter 2049. Let's go. Hua Zhishan said as he floated onto the flying magic artifact and sat on a jade chair. Xiao Hua and the others also boarded the flying magic artifact. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to stabilize himself, the Foundation establishment disciples activated the magic artifact. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic artifact, blooming like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds were heard as the entire flying magic artifact flew up. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the flying magic artifact didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiao Hua was surprised, but the flying magic artifact flew up several dozen feet and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from that of a nascent soul cultivator's residence. It couldn't even compare to a Foundation establishment cultivator's residence. Oh! Xiao Hua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, it could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Reverend Yan Hong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's residence was more like it. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge platform that occupied the entire mountain peak. Hua Zhishan's magic artifact rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair, as if waiting for something. Dang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiao Hua noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. It seemed like they were spying, but also seemed like they were having a contest. Wang! Another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh! A rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hualai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Hua Zhishan took out an oval-shaped badge and threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approached the palace. With a light boom, the flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. Let's go! Hua Zhishan stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Hua Zhishui and Hua Pekong didn't even look at Xiao Hua and followed him. When Hua Zhishan got off the flying magic tool, the fire qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiao Hua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Hua Zhishan sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiao Hua and got off the magic tool. Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Hua. The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We're Haoming City's guest elders. We're here to welcome the 3 seniors. Thank you for your trouble." Hua Zhishan saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late golden core stage and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the 3 elders from Mount Hua to enter the palace gates. Hua Zhishan knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sex were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the fire qilin and fire hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiao Hua also hurriedly bowed. The 2 gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the 2 gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dhamma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground, wrapping around the palace gates. When the two Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiaohua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared, leaving only Mount Huajishan's flying magic tool floating in the air like a flame. This. Xiaohua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a foundation establishment cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao's Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If not for the divine sense, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing, and there were thousands or tens of thousands of them. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xiaohua probed with his divine sense, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xiaohua stole a glance at the golden core cultivator beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator could not reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of this Haoming city is too strong, isn't it? Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Huajishan and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists. Huajishan smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xiaohua. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and did not say anything. Although this suspended bridge was invisible, it was slightly soft when one stepped on it. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xiaohua and the others could only cast spells and follow the golden core cultivators in front of them. Chapter 2050. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of huge suction force that even divine senses couldn't escape. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the silhouettes of other cultivators. Many divine senses also swept over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hua Ferong and the others were astonished. At this time, the 2 golden core cultivators in front of them heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble. The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Woo! With a burst of fierce wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xiaohua and the others. Then, it began to fall. A burst of light and shadow changed. Before Xiaohua's eyes could react, a fortress-like building appeared in front of him. The 2 golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xian Kong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The 2 golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you can enter by following the path inside. Okay. Huajishan only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered first. When Xiaohua entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long, leading straight ahead. On both sides of the path, there was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xiaohua thought. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xiaohua naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xiaohua's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he whispered, "Furong, this place seems to be related to my blazing fire mountain." Qilin, Huaxia Shan in front coughed and scolded, "Qilin, don't talk too much. Use your eyes, use your ears, and use your heart." Yes, this boy understood. Qilin's voice. Blazing fires of the mountain? Xiaohua's of the blazing fire Qilin. S's fire Qilin. Let's go. Huaxia Shan called again. His body flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. They all had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of, but his divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale. Oh, these statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor. In his hand was a weapon that looked like a fork. Just as Xiaohua's gaze focused on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar. "Fellow Taoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore Ai's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City?" Following that voice naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Wasn't this the same divine sense that had swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Oh, isn't this Taoist Blue Feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Huaxia Shan's voice sounded. He asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple here with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's two disciples, Li Chengxiu and Zhiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you?" "Humph, I was the one who sent you a message during the banquet that day." Taoist Blue Feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded, "Oh? Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, why?" Huaxia Shan interrupted. "Hee, so it's a message talisman. This old man and the others have been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send a message talisman to our blazing fire mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, our disciples would place bets on these message talismans to see who would crush the most. I'm sure fellow Taoist Blue Feather's message talisman is among them." "You?" Taoist Blue Feather's tone was a little angry. "I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it." Hee, fellow Taoist Blue Feather. Huaxia Shan laughed. The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Xi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder Sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we have arranged a time, we can only pay a visit when the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder Sect has the time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain may be regarded by the Imperial Thunder Sect as a sect that doesn't know etiquette and is a low-class cultivator. Oh, perhaps the rules of the Kingdom of Meng are different from those of the Kingdom of Xi. This old man will go back and take a look. I want to know which disciple, who doesn't know the importance of etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect's Taoist Blue Feather." Huaxia Shan's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the words message talisman. "Ha ha." Taoist Blue Feather laughed instead of being angry. "Brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. This old man's trip to Haoming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the blazing fire mountain become so unyielding, daring to sneer at our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton?" "Fellow Taoist Blue Feather." Huaxia Shan laughed. "Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? We three brothers of the blazing fire mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Xi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Taoist Blue Feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't it be obvious with a sweep of your divine sense?" Hee. Following the voice, A short and stout cultivator's silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Hua Zhishan and the others. There was actually a strange ear-piercing sound. Tej, Hua Paikong flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Taoist Blue Feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you three ugly ghosts. Taoist Blue Feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Xi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Hua Paikong stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. Third brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Hua Zhishan sneered. In any case, is my blazing fire mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Taoist Blue Feather was at a loss for words when facing the three elders of the blazing fire mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Hua Paikong sneered. At worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then, Taoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain continued to fly slowly. Dang! Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xiao Hua was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, Fellow Taoists, the way to enter the Xiankong Pavilion is rather special. Please do not resist. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Hua Zhishan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Haoming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Hua Zhishan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it! Hua Zhishan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, I want to see what tricks Haoming City is playing. As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xiao Hua and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xiao Hua and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Hua Paikong, who was the closest to Xiao Hua and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xiao Hua, Hua Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself, it would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Hua Paikong's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2051. Let's go, Hua Zhishan said, and his figure floated onto the flying magic tool. He sat on a jade chair and coldly looked into the distance. Xiao Hua and the others immediately boarded the flying magic tool. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to stabilize himself, the group of Foundation establishment disciples urged the magic tool. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic tool, and a flame bloomed like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds slowly came out, and the entire flying magic tool flew up. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the flying magic tool didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. It passed through Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's Cave and many restrictions. Ha! Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiao Hua was a bit surprised, but the flying magic tool flew up several dozen feet, and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from the residence of a nascent soul cultivator. It couldn't even compare to the residence of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Oh, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, It could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Taoist Master Yao Hong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's mansion was more like it. After flying for a while, they actually arrived at a huge platform, directly occupying the entire mountain peak. Ardent Fire Mountain's magic tool rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair, as if waiting for something. Dang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiaohua noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. They seemed to be spying, but also seemed to be competing. Wang! Another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh! A rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hualai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Hua Zhishan reached out and took out an oval badge. He casually threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approached the palace. Boom! The flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. Let's go! Hua Zhishan stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Hua Zhishui and Hua Pekong didn't even look at Xiaohua and followed him. When Hua Zhishan got off the flying artifact, the fire qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiaohua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Hua Zhishan sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiaohua and got off the artifact. Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Hualai. The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We are Haoming City's guest elders. Welcome, seniors. Thank you for your trouble." Hua Zhishan saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late stage of the golden core and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the 3 elders from Mount Hualai to enter the palace gates. Hua Zhishan knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sex were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the fire qilin and fire hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiaohua also hurriedly bowed. The 2 gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the 2 gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dhamma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground and wrapped around the palace gates. When the 2 Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiaohua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared. Only the flying magic tool of Mount Hualai was left floating in the air like a flame. This. Xiaohua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a foundation building cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If one didn't use their divine sense to scan it, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing and crisscrossing. He didn't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of them there were. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xueqi used his divine sense to explore it, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xueqi stole a glance at the golden core cultivator of Mount Hualai beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator couldn't reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of Haoming City is too strong, isn't it? Xueqi's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Hua Zhishan and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists. Hua Zhishan smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xueqi. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and didn't say anything. Although the suspended bridge was invisible, stepping on it made one feel a little soft. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xueqi and the others could only use magic techniques to follow the golden core cultivators in front of them as they moved forward. Chapter 2052. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of force that sucked people downwards. Even their divine senses couldn't avoid it. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the figures of other cultivators. Many divine senses were also sweeping over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over them, it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xueqi, even Hua Ferong and the others were astonished. Who is being rude? Xueqi frowned as he thought to himself. At this time, the 2 golden core cultivators in front of him heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble! The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Woo! With a sharp gust of wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xueqi and the others. Then it began to descend. With a burst of light and shadow, before Xueqi's eyes could react, a fortress-like structure appeared in front of him. The 2 golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xian Kong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The 2 golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you just need to follow the path inside and enter. Okay. Hua Zhishan only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered. When Xueqi entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long. It led straight ahead, and on both sides of the path, there was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xueqi thought to himself. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xueqi naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xueqi's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he said in a low voice, this place seems to be related to my Blazing Fire Mountain. Cough, cough. Hua Yishui coughed and scolded, Qilin, don't talk too much. Just use your eyes, ears, and heart to remember. Yes, boy understands. Even though the fire Qilin was a fool, he wasn't stupid. He had just blurted it out and was now on guard. The Ardent Fire Mountain also has such a place? Xueqi naturally heard it. These places are probably ancient ruins. Who knows, there might be some secret techniques left behind from ancient times. Let's go, Xueqi called out again. His figure flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. All of them had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could actually see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale white. These statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor and held a fork-like weapon in his hand. Just as Xiaohua focused his gaze on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar. "Fellow Taoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore Ai's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City?" Following that voice naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Wasn't this divine sense the one that swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Isn't this Taoist Blue Feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Xueqi's voice sounded. He asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's two disciples, Li Chengxiu and Zhiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you?" I was the message talisman you sent that day at the banquet." Taoist Blue Feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded. "Oh? Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, why?" Xueqi interrupted. So it's a message talisman. We've been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send message talismans to our blazing fire mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, the boys under the sect would place bets on these communication talismans to see who could crush the most talismans. I'm sure fellow Taoist Blue Feather's message talisman is among them. You. Taoist Blue Feather's tone was a little angry. I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it. Fellow Taoist Blue Feather. Xueqi laughed. The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Xi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we've arranged a time, we can only pay a visit after the fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect has time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain might be seen as a sect that doesn't know etiquette by the Imperial Thunder sect, an unorthodox cultivator. Perhaps the rules of the kingdom of Meng are different from those of the kingdom of Xi. I'll go back and take a look. I'll see which disciple, who doesn't know the severity of the matter and etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect, Taoist Blue Feather. Xueqi's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the 3 words message talisman. Taoist Blue Feather laughed instead of being angry. Brilliant. Brilliant. This trip to Haoming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the blazing fire mountain become so unyielding, daring to mock our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton? Fellow Taoist Blue Feather. Xueqi laughed. Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? Our 3 brothers of the blazing fire mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Xi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Taoist Blue Feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't you be able to detect it with a sweep of your divine sense? Following the voice, a short and fat cultivator's silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Xueqi and the others. There was actually a strange ear-piercing sound. Xueqi flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Taoist Blue Feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you 3 ugly ghosts. Taoist Blue Feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Xi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Xueqi stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. Third brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Xueqi sneered. Anyway, is my blazing fire mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Taoist Blue Feather was at a loss for words when facing the three elders of the blazing fire mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Xueqi sneered. If worse comes to worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then, Taoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain continued to fly slowly. Dang! Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xueqi was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, "Fellow Taoists, the way to enter the Xiankong Pavilion is a little special. Please don't resist." Not to mention Xueqi, even Huazhishan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Haoming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Huazhishan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it! Huazhishan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, I want to see what tricks Haoming City is playing. As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xueqi and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xueqi and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Xueqi, who was the closest to Xueqi and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xueqi, Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xueqi smiled bitterly in his heart. When he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself, it would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Xueqi's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2053. Putting aside Xueqi's gloominess, Huazhishan and the others were flying faster and faster. When they reached a certain limit, sparks appeared on the light barrier around Xueqi and the others. Even the nascent soul cultivators' expressions changed. Xueqi and the others felt as if they had bumped into something and stopped again. It was as if they had broken through an extremely powerful restriction. Xueqi and the others arrived at another place. Hiss! When Xueqi came back to his senses, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, everyone was standing in the void. The void was boundless and showed endless secrets. In the void, there were countless spheres of various sizes. Above Xueqi and the others, there was a fireball that was tens of thousands of feet large and emitted flames that were hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It was quietly floating. Sky. Sky Dao Starry Sky? Xueqi couldn't help but groan in his heart. He originally thought that his Sky Dao Starry Sky was the only one in the world. However, seeing something similar to the Sky Dao Starry Sky in his own space, he knew that there were many powerful cultivators in the world. It seems something is wrong. Xueqi was surprised at first, but then he sensed that all the spheres in the starry sky were lifeless. They didn't understand anything at all. They were far from the mysterious changes in his space. Xueqi's eyes turned and looked at the fire Qilin and the others. Sure enough, it wasn't just Xueqi who was surprised. Everyone from Ardent Fire Mountain was also stunned. Ha! A voice resounded through the entire starry sky. Then, like a curtain being lifted, the entire void disappeared with a whoosh. A bright sunny day appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, to the left of Xueqi and the others, more than 20 nascent soul cultivators appeared in the void. Xueqi followed the light and looked down. Under his feet was the platform that everyone had entered from. Many flying artifacts were quietly parked around the platform. Fellow Taoists, forgive I for being presumptuous. A tall and dignified middle-aged man with a horsetail whisk in his hand and a light golden Taoist crown on his head appeared in the void. He stood at the same level as everyone and cupped his hands in greeting. This is the Xian Kong Pavilion that my Hao Ming city obtained more than 10,000 years ago. Because the restriction inside is too ancient, it hasn't been completely broken. Until today, only a small part of it can be used. I used the Xian Kong Pavilion as the venue for today's auction. This is where I's sincerity lies. Hee, Xueqi Kong was the first to sneer. Yan Hong, I didn't come to participate in the auction to be humiliated by your Ming city. Time and time using some restriction magical ability. Do you think that only your Hao Ming city has ancient ruins from ancient times? Xueqi Kong's temper was not good. This was obviously what the other nascent soul cultivators thought as well, so everyone was silent. Reverend Yan Hong wasn't angry. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said with a smile, if you want to explore the mysteries of the great Tao, you must have great methods. It seems that no one can understand my painstaking efforts. Great Tao? A slightly exaggerated voice sounded. Yan Hong, you're saying that your Xian Kong Pavilion actually has the mystery of the great Tao. Hee, as expected of the Imperial Thunder Sect's me you. Your knowledge is extraordinary. Yan Hong smiled as he looked across from Xiaohua. Over there were several golden core cultivators from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Mystery of the great Tao? Hearing me use words, the expressions of several nascent soul cultivators who knew some ancient secrets changed. Yan Hong, this is the legendary Void Palace that was built by the ancient Celestials? The Void Palace that is said to be able to turn one's body into a saint just by peering into its mystery? Alas, when the seniors of my Hao Ming city obtained this palace, they also thought so. They all wanted to comprehend the great Tao from it and peek into the mysteries of heaven before reaching the great ascension stage. Unfortunately, how could we have such fate? Yan Hong smiled bitterly. This is just a magic tool that looks like an ancient palace. The Xian Kong Pavilion inside has some great Tao, but this starry sky is lifeless. There's nothing to comprehend. Otherwise, how could I dare to take this thing out? Am I not afraid of being distracted by the seniors? In fact, to tell you the truth, I have already asked a senior to look at it. It should be an imitation. It has the shape but not the essence. Oh, the nascent soul cultivators were all regretful and glad at the same time. Hee, although it's an imitation, it may give us a glimpse into the situation of the ancient Void Palace. I appreciate fellow Taoist Yan Hong's painstaking efforts. A handsome female cultivator said with a smile. Thank you for the praise, Fairy Miao Chong of the Five Element Sect. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Hong patted his chest and smiled. Hee, Fairy Miao Chong covered her mouth and laughed. Since we have seen the ancient palace of Hao Ming City, shouldn't fellow Taoist Yan Hong's auction begin? Yes, I will begin now. Yan Hong clapped his hands and there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual power. Then, the void began to change again. Many jade tables appeared in front of everyone. According to the number of nascent soul cultivators, the jade chairs also appeared in front of everyone. In the end, a ring-shaped brilliance connected the jade tables together. Xiaohua was still amazed at first. He couldn't tell whether this thing rising out of the void was Yan Hong's spell or the Xian Kong Pavilion's forbidden spell. However, when the ring-shaped brilliance appeared, Xiaohua understood that these jade tables and chairs were prepared and definitely not born out of thin air. Fellow Taoists, Yan Hong stood at the head of the table without a disciple beside him and said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, you are all nascent soul cultivators of the sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation. I think you are all familiar with each other, so I won't introduce you one by one. As for the fellow Taoists dressed in camouflage robes, I also know their origins. I can guarantee the origin of these fellow Taoists. Of course, if any fellow Taoist has any objections, you can withdraw from the auction now. I and the other fellow Taoists won't stop you. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one responded, Yan Hong raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoists, please sit down. My Hao Ming City's once-in-a-century auction officially begins. Once everyone was seated, Taoist Yan Hong said, Thank you, fellow Taoists. Our vast brilliant city holds this auction once every 100 years. Firstly, It's a chance for us nascent soul cultivators to exchange cultivation experiences. Secondly, it's a chance for us to exchange cultivation experiences. In view of this, starting from today, within 10 days, my Haoming city will also hold auctions for cultivators of different realms. This is also a scene in my country of Xi. My Haoming city will also profit a lot because of this. Chapter 2054. Fellow Taoist Yao Hong, you seem to have to say this once every 100 years. I'm tired of hearing it. Can you use some new words? A withered cultivator said indifferently. Hee, fellow Taoist Qi Zhonghai, you said the same thing last time, right? Reverend Yan Hong didn't seem to be angry and replied, I wonder what good things your Shanghua sect can take out this time? I'm a cultivator of the Shanghua sect, but this time, I did it myself. It has nothing to do with the sect. Qi Zhonghai was still as cold as ever. Then, he rolled his eyes and looked at the other old man who looked to be in his 50s. Unlike a certain someone, every time he uses the name of Qi Qiao sect, the things he brings out are worthless. Old man Qi, who did you say used the 7 skill sects banner? An old man around 50 years old answered and slapped the table in front of him. The table instantly turned into fragments. I just sat down and you won't let me feel at ease? Reverend Ku Yi. Reverend Yan Hong immediately waved his hand and smiled. Fellow Taoist Qi is only joking. Every time, fellow Taoist will be tricked. Hee, isn't that so? Last time, wasn't it because Ku Yi got angry that fellow Taoist Qi took the lead? Reverend Miyu said with a smile. Ever since he appeared in Xian Kong Pavilion, he didn't even look at Xiao Hua. It was as if he had never seen Xiao Hua before. Humph, Reverend Ku Yi from the 7 Skills sect seemed to have suffered from Qi Zhonghai's trick before. He coldly snorted and sat down. Reverend Yan Hong waved his sleeve and another table appeared in front of Reverend Ku Yi. Fine, I won't say anything more. The rules of this auction are the same every year. The only thing that changes is the location of the auction and the positions of fellow Taoists. Reverend Yan Hong nodded. Let's start from my right hand. Fellow Taoist will take out the items one by one and we'll bid. We'll bid according to fellow Taoist's conditions. Reverend Yan Hong glanced at the cultivator in camouflage clothing on his right hand and said, Fellow Taoist, please. Immediately after, Taoist Master Yan Hong sat down. The cultivator in the camouflage robe stood up and a hoarse voice sounded. This thing of mine is a bit strange, so I can't meet you with my original appearance. As he spoke, the cultivator slapped his hand and took out a long sword that was over a foot long from his storage pouch. He placed it on the table and said, This old man obtained this from the Mo Zhao Black Forest. In my opinion, this flying sword belongs to Chongbai sect's Reverend Bright Sword. Immortal Bright Sword of the Chongbai sect? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They all looked at a cultivator with sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples and a very arrogant expression on his face. And what about Xiao Hua? Their expressions changed several times. There was no restriction on divine sense in the Xian Kong Pavilion. Everyone's divine sense had already scanned the area when the cultivator took out the long sword. Xiao Hua also released his divine sense. He had a deep impression of this long sword. After all, he had died once under that sword. Could it be that there are also nascent soul cultivators in Ink Cloud Black Forest? Xiao Hua was shocked and couldn't help but release his divine sense. However, when he saw the appearance of the long sword, he was slightly stunned and showed a trace of understanding. This sword was similar to the sword that had killed Xiao Hua, but there seemed to be something missing. But what exactly was missing, Xiao Hua couldn't say for the time being. After all, Reverend Bright Sword's so-called sword intent had been stored in Xiao Hua's space along with his long sword. Reverend Bright Sword had clearly said that Xiao Hua's long sword was not the long sword he usually used. The arrogant cultivator was Chongbai sect's Li Tsongqing. When he saw everyone looking at him, he sneered. Reverend Bright Sword is a senior of my Chongbai sect. His sword technique is something I can't compare to. Moreover, his Tao is still spreading in my Chongbai sect. I can't be sure if this long sword is his or not. Of course, my Tao sect's flying sword is different from the flying sword of sword cultivators. It doesn't have a sword spirit. Even if someone can comprehend the essence of my Chongbai sect's sword technique, it would be extremely difficult. Fellow Taoist, is this what you want? Hee, I am not as despicable as fellow Taoist Li says. The Mi Wan cultivator also replied, I got this long sword. I don't specialize in flying swords, so I brought it out for everyone to see. Perhaps some of you will like it? That's easy. Fellow Taoist, how about we take a look at the long sword? Taoist Master Withered Leaf from the Seven Skills sect said with a smile. His gaze swept towards Qi Jianghai. Of course. The Mi Wan cultivator slapped his hand and the long sword slowly moved towards Taoist Withered Leaf through the halo on the table. Xiaohua now understood that the halo had such a use. Sure enough, when the long sword arrived in front of Taoist Withered Leaf, he didn't take the long sword from the halo. Instead, he pulled the long sword out of the scabbard and carefully examined it. Then he narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was planning. I also want to take a look. The Blue Li Sect's Shen Yunzi slammed the table in the distance, and the long sword slowly arrived in front of him. Taoist Withered Leaf seemed to have thought it through and asked in a low voice. Fellow Taoist, how would you like to exchange for this long sword? Hee, although I don't use the long sword, I am currently refining a magic treasure. I am missing a few materials. Owl Space Gold, Tranquil Stone, Secret Gong, Fan Tong, and Qingling Moon. If Taoist Withered Leaf has these 5 materials, then this long sword will be yours. What? You? Taoist Master Withered Leaf was stunned. Owl Space Metal is an ethereal material. Any magic tool or magic treasure that has Owl Space Metal added to it will not only have its weight reduced by 30%, it will also be able to avoid detection by spiritual sense. Tranquil Stone can remove the restrictions of the 5 elements. Secret Gong can increase the hardness of magic treasures. Needless to say, they are all rare materials used to refine magic treasures. With just one of those materials, the quality of magic treasures will rise to a new level. Fellow Taoist actually wants 5 materials in one go. Isn't this asking for too much? Forget it, fellow Taoist. I won't be thinking about this long sword. Then how many materials does fellow Taoist have? The Mi Mo cultivator was not surprised and only asked. I only have Secret Gong and Fan Tong, Taoist Withered Leaf said unhappily. I still want to use them to refine magic treasures. Fellow Taoist Withered Leaf, your Secret Gong and Fan Tong. Can you trade with I? The distant Shen Yunzi said. Fellow Taoist Shen Yunzi is actually interested in these things? Taoist Withered Leaf was slightly stunned and nodded. I have accumulated a lot of Secret Gong and Fan Tong to refine magic treasures. I can trade with fellow Taoist Shen Yunzi. Shen Yunzi immediately sent a sound transmission to Taoist Withered Leaf to discuss the price. The distant Hua Hibiscus sent a sound transmission to Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Taoist Brightsword's longsword is a bidding item. Its price must be known by everyone and cannot be transmitted through sound transmission. The transaction between Senior Withered Leaf and Senior Shen Yunzi is private and can only be known by the 2 of them. In addition, if Senior Shen Yunzi only has 1 or 2 of the materials, he can also ask other seniors for the remaining materials. Similarly, the transaction will be completed through sound transmission. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. This kind of bidding method guaranteed the completion of the transaction to the greatest extent. It would not make a nascent soul cultivator come all the way here. Sure enough, after Taoist Withered Leaf and Shen Yunzi finished their discussion, Shen Yunzi had a satisfied expression. He raised his head and asked, I only have Owl Space Gold and Tranquility Stone. Now, I still lack Qingling Moon. I wonder which fellow Taoist has this item? I am willing to trade. Unexpectedly, after Shen Yunzi's voice fell for a long time, perhaps falling into the mountain range of Haoming City, there was still no response. Shen Yunzi was somewhat helpless and almost mocked. Alas, I was also a bit impatient. This Qingling Moon is a magic treasure. How can it be easy to obtain? If a magic treasure can obtain a drop, it can be upgraded to a spirit tool. Immediately, Shen Yunzi raised his head again and said, Fellow Taoist, I only have these 4 materials. Do you want to trade? The cultivator did not answer directly, but whispered, Fellow Taoists, are you not interested in this flying sword? Hee. The others did not answer, but Li Congqing laughed coldly. His laughter did not matter, but Shen Yunzi's face showed hesitation. Forget it, fellow Taoist, I will also take a step back. This flying sword is yours. The Miho cultivator sighed and said. He took a step back, but Shen Yunzi was somewhat hesitant. What? Fellow Taoist, you don't want it anymore? The Miho cultivator laughed and said, "This flying sword belongs to Taoist bright sword. Moreover, looking at the sword body, it is not like what we expected. The sword body is damaged, so I risked my cultivation to find this item. Let's not talk about the refining of the flying sword. I believe fellow Taoist Li knows better than I. Fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi used these 4 materials to return this flying sword. No matter from which perspective, it is a profit." "Good. I agree." Xian Yunzi nodded and slapped his hand. He took out a storage pouch and placed it on the halo. The storage pouch slowly turned in front of Taoist Withered Leaf. Taoist Withered Leaf was also ready. He put his hand in and placed 2 small jade boxes. There were some flickering restrictions on the jade boxes. Xian Yunzi did not take the jade boxes. He slapped his hand and took out 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch and placed them on the halo. The 4 jade boxes slowly turned towards the Miho cultivator. "Wait!" At this moment, Chongbai Sex Li Congqing shouted. "Sorry, fellow Taoist Li." Taoist Yan Hong smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi has already made a deal with this fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Li should wait for the next time." "Humph." Li Congqing snorted and glanced at Xian Yunzi. Although Xian Yunzi was a cultivator of the Lanli sect and was not as powerful as the Chongbai sect, he was still a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, he was in the country of Shi and not the country of Meng. Why would he be afraid of him? Rolling his eyes, he reached out and grabbed the long sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword seemed to have been unsealed and was easily held in his hand. Xian Yunzi held the sword in his hand and casually pulled out the flying sword from the scabbard. With a clang, a green sword light flashed through the air. Chapter 2055. The onlookers were envious, thinking that it was appropriate to exchange 4 kinds of refining materials for this flying sword. But Xiao Hua frowned, because this flying sword was absolutely different from the one he had encountered before. Clap, clap, clap. Immortal Yan Hong clapped his hands and said, "Great, the first transaction of today's auction is a success, which is quite beyond I's expectation. I hope all of you can get what you want." Next to the Miho cultivator was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was Immortal He Ping of the Utopia faction. Seeing that it was his turn, he thought for a moment, stood up, clapped his hands, took out a jade box, and put it on the table in front of him. He said with a smile, "The Utopia faction doesn't have anything good, but I got this by chance when I was practicing in the Xianyin Dreamland 100 years ago." Xianyin spiritual grass? Immortal He Ping was sitting next to Immortal Shangqing of the Tai Ching sect, a thin cultivator with a sage-like demeanor. "We have a lot of it in the Tai Ching sect." "Yes, I know you have a lot of it, so I don't dare to show off too much." Immortal He Ping was not angry. He said with a smile, "It's just that this Xianyin spiritual grass is too old, so I dare to show it to you." "Then I have to take a look." Immortal Shangqing was stunned and said with a smile, "My fellow cultivator, please." Immortal He Ping made a magic art and hit the jade box. With a flash of brilliance, the restriction was removed. He clapped his hands, and the jade box floated in front of Immortal Shangqing. Immortal Shangqing raised his hands carefully and opened the jade box. He glanced at it, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. At the same time, many divine thoughts swept over. With a clap, Immortal Shangqing looked at it for a long time and closed the jade box again. He said with a wry smile, "My fellow cultivator He Ping, I really admire you. You can find this Xianyin spiritual grass that is tens of thousands of years old. But what do you want to exchange it for? If I have prepared it in my storage bag, we can do the trade now." "Yes, I need 3 drops of red dragon blood." Immortal He Ping said calmly. 3 drops of real red dragon blood. Crimson dragon blood? Taoist Master Shangqing was flabbergasted. "My Tai Ching sect's guardian python dragon is only at the 7th rank. It can't truly become a dragon. Fellow Taoist, the red dragon you're talking about is at least at the deity transformation stage. How can a nascent soul stage cultivator like me obtain it? Besides, how could there be a true crimson dragon in my Dawn Rain continent? What do you need the scarlet dragon blood for?" "Fellow Taoist Shangqing, it's I's business what it's useful for. If it's not useful, I'll just keep this profound Een spirit grass for myself. I don't believe that we can't find the real crimson dragon blood since there are Xianyin spiritual herbs that are tens of thousands of years old." At this moment, A light voice drifted over. Fellow Taoist He Ping. Let me ask you something. Do you really want crimson dragon blood? What about the other black dragons and white dragons? White dragon. Xiao Hua originally didn't care, but when he suddenly heard this, he felt his entire body tremble, and even his hair stood on end. He couldn't help but think of Shang Huaming's yellow flower ridge, which was covered in blood. Hee, so it's Fairy Po Yu of the Xuanyan school. I'll let you know that the black dragon blood is too tyrannical, while the white dragon blood is too cold. Taoist He Ping laughed. I'm afraid that only the crimson dragon blood is most suitable for I. So it's like that. Fairy Po Yu's face showed a trace of disappointment. I have several drops of dragon blood. Yes, I can guarantee that it's the blood of a true dragon, but it's not the crimson dragon's. So it's like that. Taoist He Ping was also disappointed. He whispered, I wonder what kind of true dragon blood you have. Hee, why should fellow Taoist He Ping know? Fairy Po Yu shook her head. I can only tell you if fellow Taoist agrees to take a step back. Taoist He Ping closed his eyes for a while, as if he was thinking. Soon after, he opened his eyes and sighed. Forget it. Since ancient times, everything in this world is difficult. I'll take half a step back. Fellow Taoist Po Yu, this dragon blood doesn't have to be the crimson dragon's, but it has to be the blood of a true dragon. Otherwise, our deal is off. Wait. Before the overjoyed Fairy Po Yu could nod, Qi Zhonghai and Taoist Master Withered Leaf both shouted at the same time. Taoist Master Withered Leaf saw Qi Zhonghai and angrily said, Fellow Taoist Qi, why are you opposing me again? You also have true dragon blood? What? Withered Leaf. Only your 7 possibilities sect has it. Why can't my splendid sect have it? Qi Zhonghai bluntly retorted. This is Bright City's auction. As long as I have true dragon blood, why can't I bid? What? You also have true dragon blood? Fairy Po Yu almost covered her mouth. Taoist He Ping's face was filled with ecstasy. That's right. I have 1 drop of dragon blood. Qi Zhonghai replied. He then looked at Taoist Master Withered Leaf and asked, What about fellow Taoist Withered Leaf? Do you have 2 drops? I also only have 1 drop. Taoist Master Withered Leaf sighed and looked at Fairy Po Yu. Fairy Po Yu's beautiful eyes wandered around. She had an indescribable feeling as she said, I also have 1 drop. Haha. Taoist Master Yen Hong laughed. Fellow Taoist He Ping, it seems like you won't be returning empty-handed from this auction. Hee, that's right. Taoist He Ping was practically beaming with joy. My only worry is whether or not the 3 drops of true dragon blood of the 3 fellow Taoists are completely different. I only need 2 drops to be similar, so the 3rd drop won't be a problem. My drop is white dragon blood. Fairy Po Yu said with a smile. Clang. Xiao Hua's heart jumped. Like everyone else, he looked at Qi Zhonghai and Taoist Master Withered Leaf. My drop is also white dragon blood. Taoist Master Withered Leaf said with a smile. Clang. A second loud sound echoed in Xiao Hua's heart. Could it be? Xiao Hua had a trace of doubt in his heart. However, when everyone looked at Qi Zhonghai said with a smile, Since fellow Taoist He Ping doesn't care about the 3rd drop, I won't say anything. Then, Qi Zhonghai transmitted his voice to Fairy Po Yu and Taoist Master Withered Leaf. It seemed like they were discussing something. An entire stalk of profound Een spirit grass. If the 3 of them were to share it equally, it would be appropriate. The key point was that the profound Een spirit grass was tens of thousands of years old. Even Taoist Master Pure of the Tai Ching sect coveted it. They couldn't let it go. Sure enough, the 3 of them argued for a while and seemed to have reached a temporary agreement. They clapped their hands and took out an exquisite jade bottle from their storage pouches. They placed it on the table and flew to Taoist He Ping along with the halo. Xiao Hua's divine sense scanned the jade bottle. Unfortunately, there were countless restrictions on it. His divine sense couldn't penetrate it, so he couldn't see what kind of dragon blood was inside. Chapter 2056. Taoist He Ping looked at the 3 jade bottles in front of him and waved his sleeves, seemingly setting up a restriction around him to block all divine senses. Then, he carefully removed the restrictions on the outer layer of the jade bottles and scanned them with his divine sense. Joy appeared on his face, and he waved his hand to put them all into his storage pouch. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Who should I give this profound Yin spirit grass to? Give it to Fairy Po Yu. Taoist Ku Yi and Qi Jianghai looked at each other. They didn't dare to trust each other too much, so they could only give it to Fairy Po Yu first. Damn it, I've really learned something new. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yu he didn't hesitate to take out a sword cultivation technique for a 6,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass, but they still couldn't get what they wanted. Now, a 10,000-year-old profound Yin spirit grass has appeared, and there's even real dragon blood. Speaking of 10,000-year-old spirit grass, the first spirit grass I planted is probably tens of thousands of years old, right? Can I also use a 10,000-year-old spirit grass to exchange for some good stuff? Unfortunately, he only thought about it for a moment before he killed it in his head. There were nearly 20 nascent soul stage cultivators here. Any one of them could easily kill him. If he took out a spiritual herb that they coveted, he would be courting death. With the top-grade spirit stones in my storage pouch alone, I'm afraid I can also bid for a technique that might appear, Xiao Hua thought to himself. Great! Taoist Yen Hong laughed again. The second fellow Taoist also got what he wanted, so let's take the next one. Taoist Mi Yu of the Imperial Thunder Sect stood up next to Taoist He Ping. She didn't take out anything, but cupped her hands and said, I's item is a set of ancient formations with detailed records. It's called the Capital Star Formation. I also just got it, and I's understanding of formations isn't very good. I studied it for a long time but still couldn't get the gist of it. So, I'm taking it out to exchange with a fellow Taoist who's meditating on formations. Capital Star Formation? Several nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Among them, Fairy Fei Yen of the Profound Heaven Sect said anxiously, Are you sure it's the Capital Star Formation? That's a great formation with the power to destroy the world. I can't be sure. Taoist Mi Yu looks at the beautiful woman in red clothes on the right and says with a smile, I don't understand formations. Can we take a look? The other two nascent soul cultivators also asked. Sorry. Taoist Mi Yu shook her head and said, I don't have any restrictions on this formation, and I don't dare to set up too many restrictions. Therefore, if fellow Taoists don't have what I want, I'm afraid I can't show it to you. What does fellow Taoist Mi Yu want to exchange? Fairy Fian asked with a smile. As long as I have it, I'll definitely exchange it with you. Hee hee. Taoist Mi Yu laughed. Fire Essence Flame Crystal, Wood Essence Flame Crystal, Earth Essence Yao Milk, Water Essence Ice Essence, or Metal Essence Revitalizing Essence. All 5 are fine. I only need 3 drops. Ah? Fairy Fian was dumbfounded. She bitterly smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Mi Yu's request is too unimaginable. Although I've heard of the 5 elements essence for thousands of years, I've only seen it in ancient books. I've never seen the real thing. Fellow Taoist wants 3 drops at once. It seems like I have no hope. Soon after she unwillingly asked, apart from these, fellow Taoist doesn't have any other plans? Thank you for your kindness. Fairy Fian. Taoist Mi Yu shook her head and said, I am currently lacking this. And Xiao Hua understood. He knew that Taoist Mi Yu's lightning escape technique had reached the end of its cultivation. She had no choice but to use these external items to temper her body. Only then would she be able to reach a higher level. Xiao Hua himself had Earth Essence Yao Milk, but his cultivation completely depended on it. He didn't know what that great sky star formation was, so he naturally couldn't exchange it with Taoist Mi Yu. Hee, Sun Ming and Qian Tian didn't even dare to reveal anything, so he wouldn't dare either. The other 2 nascent soul cultivators also looked at each other helplessly. But then, the Miho cultivator sitting on the second left of Taoist Yen Hong said, Fellow Taoist Mi Yu, this old man has 2 drops of water element ice essence. Moreover, I know where the water element ice essence might be found. Would you consider it? Really? Taoist Mi Yu was a little surprised. She nodded and said, If fellow Taoist swears that the location of the water element ice essence is true, I can consider it. Unfortunately, this old man is not interested in your great sky star formation. The Miho cultivator said regretfully, I don't know what fellow Taoist Fian of the Mysterious Sky Sect, Taoist Shen Jing of the Kunlun Sect, and Jiang Mingzi of the Immortal Ascension Sect have to exchange with this old man. Great. The 3 of them were all happy. They immediately transmitted their voices to the Miho cultivator and explained their rare items. The Miho cultivator pondered for a moment and nodded. Fellow Taoist Xianjing's item is to my liking. This old man is willing to exchange with fellow Taoist Xianjing. Fellow Taoist. Taoist Mi Yu's face showed joy and reminded. You can only tell I the location of the water element ice essence. Moreover, fellow Taoist has to swear that you won't reveal it within 100 years. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Mi Yu. This old man can swear that the location is true, but it's impossible for me to not reveal it within 100 years. The Miho cultivator refused. How about this? Taoist Yen Hong said with a smile. Everyone take a step back. This fellow Taoist just has to promise that he won't reveal it within 50 years. What do you think? Taoist Mi Yu frowned and nodded. That's fine. The Miho cultivator replied in a relaxed manner. Then, Taoist Xianjing passed a storage bag to the Miho cultivator. The Miho cultivator took it and looked at it. Then, he passed a jade bottle with a heavy restriction to Taoist Mi Yu. When Taoist Mi Yu gave Taoist Xianjing an ancient jade pendant, Taoist Yen Hong said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xianjing, can you see if the information recorded in this jade pendant is true? Before Taoist Yen Hong finished speaking, Taoist Xianjing's divine sense had already entered the jade pendant. Taoist Xianjing's face was puzzled at first, then overjoyed, and finally indifferent. He waved his hand and put the jade pendant into the storage bag. Then, he said with a smile, Yes, fellow Taoist Mi Yu, although this formation is not the capital star formation, it is similar to it. Thank you very much. Good, Taoist Yen Hong said to the Miho cultivator with a smile. Fellow Taoist, you can send the location to fellow Taoist Mi Yu. After the Miho cultivator sent the message, he made a heart oath. Before Taoist Yen Hong could speak, Taoist Mi Yu said, Fellow Taoist Xianjing, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if you can tell me what this formation is? Hee. Immortal Xianjing said with a smile. I won't tell you the specific name. It's similar to Dutian, but it's not a star formation, but a defensive formation. Its biggest function is to resist the thunder tribulation. Ah? Not only did Taoist Mi Yu look regretful, but the other nascent soul cultivators were shocked. Taoist Mi Yu smiled bitterly and said, It's a pity that the formation of this jade pendant can't be copied. Otherwise, I will definitely have a backup plan. Taoist Xianjing said with a smile, Hee, if this formation can be copied, fellow Taoist would have already comprehended it. Taoist Yen Hong said with a smile, If fellow Taoist Mi Yu's cultivation doesn't break through, where would the thunder tribulation come from? Fellow Taoist Mi Yu has to give up this thing to be able to cultivate the thunder escape, right? Taoist Mi Yu also smiled and said, Hee, City Lord is right. Immediately, Qi Zhonghai of the Shanghua sect, Xian Yunzi of the Lonli sect, and the others next to Taoist Mi Yu, all took out their treasures and exchanged them for things they needed for cultivation. Xiao Hua was stunned by these things, and he was even more fascinated by them. He didn't know when he would be able to use these magical things. When Taoist Lan Yu of the Xianle sect stood up, the short and fat cultivator cleared his throat and said, I came to the auction in Haoming City this time to look for the soul essence of an 8th or 9th grade spirit beast. I don't know which fellow Taoist has this soul essence and can offer a price. If I have the corresponding thing, I will definitely trade. The soul essence of an 8th or 9th grade spirit beast. Everyone looked at each other, and Taoist Yen Hong said with a smile, If fellow Taoist Lan Yu wants to find the soul essence of a spirit beast, I'm afraid you should go to the Spirit Husbandry sect or the Strange Beast sect. Perhaps you'll have a better chance. An 8th grade spirit beast is already at the nascent soul initial stage and can already transform. How can there be one on the Dawn Rain continent? Taoist Lan Yu smiled bitterly and said, Even if there is one, with the strength of the Spirit Husbandry sect and the Strange Beast sect, can they subdue the soul of such a spirit beast? According to what I know, the Spirit Husbandry sect did something in the Flame Forest Swamp a few years ago. They seem to have sent out many disciples, but they still couldn't subdue that spirit beast. What kind of spirit beast is that? Could it be the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast? Taoist Yen Hong looked around and saw that many cultivators were listening attentively, so he asked. The Spirit Husbandry sect didn't reveal the details. Taoist Lan Yu smiled bitterly and said, Only the 4 elders of the Spirit Husbandry sect know. I can't be bothered to find out. Actually, Taoist Yen Hong hesitated for a moment and said, I, guess that all of you have some doubts. May I know why fellow Taoist Lan Yu is looking for the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast? This Taoist Lan Yu was also a little hesitant. Then he smiled bitterly and said, forget it. Since it has come to this stage, I won't hide it from you. I have a damaged spirit weapon and I want to use the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast to repair it. Ah! The eyes of the nascent soul stage cultivators flashed with astonishment, but they didn't show too much shock on their faces. It was obvious that some cultivators had already vaguely guessed it, but they didn't dare to guess too much. Taoist Yen Hong's face showed a hint of understanding and he nodded slightly. Indeed, if you're looking for the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast to repair a spirit weapon, you can. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. Chapter 2057. Immediately after, Taoist Master Yen Hong advised again, however, fellow Taoist Lan Yu, have you ever thought that this spirit weapon is only a legend in our Morning Rain continent? Even this poor Taoist has never seen a real spirit weapon. Even the sect leaders of the 3 major sects in the country of Xi do not have a real spirit weapon. Does fellow Taoist Lan Yu have the confidence to repair this spirit weapon? Hee, Reverend Bluefeather laughed. Fellow Bluefeather, you can just say that I's cultivation is not enough and my magic power is not enough. Why do you have to hide it? I also struggled for a long time before making this decision. You flatter me. Reverend Yen Hong laughed. Fellow Bluefeather's success in refining is known to all in the 3 cultivation countries. I only wanted to chat with fellow Bluefeather to see if fellow Bluefeather has any confidence. At the same time, I also wanted to let fellow Bluefeather hear that if they have the soul that fellow Bluefeather needs, they can also trade it with fellow Bluefeather, right? Hee. Thank you, Reverend Yen Hong. Reverend Bluefeather cupped his hands in thanks. However, from what I know, one of the fellow Bluefeather here really does have the soul of such a spirit beast. It's just that this fellow Bluefeather is unwilling to trade with I. That's the soul of an 8th rank spirit beast. Does our Dawn Rain continent really have it? Reverend Yen Hong asked in surprise. Reverend Bluefeather did not speak, but his gaze was fixed on the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Reverend Bluefeather's gaze did not matter as everyone knew. They all looked at Hua Zhishan, Hua Hibiscus, Hua Qilin, Xiao Hua, and the Golden Core disciple. The others were fine, but when Reverend Mi Yu's gaze swept past Xiao Hua, she was startled. She frowned and thought for a moment, then immediately transmitted a message to the disciple behind her. The disciple thought for a moment, then clapped his hand and took out a jade slip from his bosom. After flipping through it, he transmitted a message to Reverend Mi Yu. At this time, Reverend Mi Yu's expression became calm as she looked at Hua Zhishan. Damn, what are you looking at? Hua Paikong felt unnatural under everyone's gaze. He cursed. My big brother is somewhat. Hua Zhishan's expression was calm, but after hearing Hua Paikong's words, he bitterly laughed. Third brother, don't talk. Then he stood up and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoists, my blazing Inferno Mountain has indeed obtained the soul of an 8th grade spirit beast. However, I don't wish to make a deal at this time, so please forgive me, fellow Taoist Lan Yu. Then, what does fellow Taoist Hua want to exchange for? Taoist Master Yen Hong didn't ask what the Ardent Fire Mountain wanted to exchange for. He only asked what he wanted. This time, Hua Zhishan did not hesitate and said, I want to find an innate jellyfish. Innate jellyfish? Reverend Yen Hong slightly nodded. His gaze swept across everyone and he said with a smile, it seems that fellow Taoist Hua Zhi of the Ardent Fire Mountain wants to use the innate true water to promote the cultivation of his fire attribute cultivation method. He wants to step into the middle nascent soul stage as soon as possible. That's right, I was thinking the same thing. Hua Zhishan replied without hesitation, if there wasn't a Xiantian jellyfish, not to mention the soul of a grade 8 spirit beast, even if it was an ordinary item, this old man would not have taken it out. Cough cough, Jiang Mingzi coughed and said, according to this old man's knowledge, innate true water is suitable for a fire attribute body. Why does fellow Taoist want a Xiantian jellyfish? Hee, fellow Taoist Jiang Mingzi, have you forgotten us 3 brothers? Hua Zhishan laughed. I'm afraid innate true water can't satisfy our needs, right? And Jiang Mingzi slightly nodded and said no more. Fellow Taoists? This matter involves fellow Taoist Lan Yu and fellow Taoist Hua Zhishan. Who among us has a Xiantian jellyfish? However, no one responded to him. Thus he helplessly said, Fellow Taoist Lan Yu, fellow Taoist Hua Zhishan, I'm afraid you've come for nothing. He. No matter. Since I know what fellow Taoist Hua wants, I have a plan. Adept Lan Yu laughed and said to Hua Zhishan, Fellow Taoist Hua, can your master let I know which spirit beast soul it is? Hua Zhishan hesitated for a moment and whispered a few words. When Adept Lan Yu heard this, a look of wild joy appeared on his face and he smiled apologetically. I know. I will think of a way. Taoist Master Blue Feather sat down, and the other nascent soul cultivators stood up one by one, reporting the items that they wanted to trade. However, as the trade progressed, the same situation as Taoist Master Blue Feather appeared, where no suitable items were found. Of course, the previously harmonious atmosphere gradually became tense. Some of the rare items still attracted a lot of bidding, and the scene was somewhat similar to an ordinary auction. Xiao Hua saw this and remembered it in his heart. Indeed, to be able to participate in an auction between nascent soul cultivators like this could really increase one's knowledge. It was especially beneficial for one's future cultivation direction and areas to pay attention to. That's strange. Why are they all things that are rarely seen? But all of these things had a history. What kind of cultivation method is that? Why can't I see a single one of them? Xiao Hua looked and felt a little strange. He was aiming for these two items and hoped to obtain some. But looking at the excited crowd sitting on the table, Xiao Hua had mixed feelings. The people sitting in the circle were Haoming City's Adept Yan Hong, the first Mi Yong cultivator, Adept He Ping of the Extreme Happiness sect, Adept Mi Yu of the Imperial Thunder sect, Qi Jianghai of the Splendid sect, Xian Yunzi of the Bluely sect, Adept Shangqing of the Taiqing sect, Adept Lan Yu of the Xian Music sect, the second Mi Yong cultivator, Fairy Fei Yan of the Profound Sky sect, Li Tsongqing of the Changbai sect, Adept Ku Yi of the Seven Ingenious sect, Adept Shui Mo of the Huang Dao sect, three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, Fairy Po Yu of the Xuanyan sect, Fairy Miao Chong of the Five Elements sect, Xian Jing of the Kunlun sect, Jiang Mingzi of the Ascending Immortal sect, the third Mi Yong cultivator, and Adept Qing Yan of the Mo Sang Mountain sitting to the left of Adept Yan Hong. These cultivators were all in the early nascent soul stage. Normally, it was very difficult to see even one of them. But now, they were all alive in front of him. If this young master also had a nascent soul stage cultivator, I'm afraid I would have already taken revenge on the 100 Grass sect. Xiao Hua very naturally aroused a burst of spirit in his heart, secretly encouraging himself. Well everyone, after waiting for the last Taoist Master Qing Yan of Mo Sang Mountain to exchange for the things he needed, Taoist Master Yan Hong clapped his hands and said with a smile, Today's first round of the auction ends here. Let's take a break for a moment. Then we will proceed to the second round. Ha! There is a second round? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Just when he was puzzled, Taoist Master Yan Hong flicked his finger, and countless spiritual wine and spiritual fruits appeared on the tables of the cultivators. Fellow Taoists, please eat some spiritual fruits and drink some spiritual wine. I will take you to see this Shen Kong pavilion. With that, Taoist Master Yan Hong took a jade cup, tasted it, and clapped his hands. It seemed to be on the table. Chapter 2058. Therefore, with the activation of immortal Yan Hong's spiritual power, the whole transparent surroundings began to dim again. However, this dim yellow was like the setting sun, gradually diffusing and expanding to the whole space. As the darkness approached, many spheres were revealed. The original dazzling light was now so pale. 10 huge spheres slowly appeared in the distance, and each sphere emitted endless light and heat. However, this light and this heat were like pearls embedded in the night sky, causing everyone to only admire it and not feel any fear. 10 suns. Xiao Hua frowned. Obviously, he thought of the scene he saw when he saw the god statue for the first time in Shanghuaming. However, before he could take a closer look and see that it was a fireball, the whole starry sky rotated at an extremely fast speed. Countless spheres rushed to his face, and then they swayed and were left behind. There were even many small spheres gathered together, looking like a light mist. When everyone's vision got closer, they were surprised to see that the planet was huge. Right when Xiao Hua was completely infatuated, the starry sky suddenly lit up, and then everyone saw a tiny hill. After that, it suddenly descended as if it was descending from the heavens. Only when they entered the hill did they notice that it was the mountain range of Bright City. With a soft swish, the whole Xiankong pavilion was restored to its original state, and everyone was still sitting on the platform above the mountain range. Great! All the nascent soul cultivators clapped their hands, and Fairy Miao Chong of the Five Elements sect said with a smile. It is often said that the comprehension of the way of the heavens can only be comprehended after the Mahayana tribulation. But I didn't expect that. The ancient methods were so mysterious that they could actually store such a way of the heavens in the starry sky and leave it to future generations. Haha, Immortal Ku Yi laughed and said, Fairy Miao Chang's words are reasonable, but whether there is a way of the heavens in the starry sky or whether it is the work of the celestial beings is still unknown. Moreover, the celestial beings in the ancient times didn't cultivate, which is completely different from the path we cultivators take. Then, the other nascent soul cultivators also talked about a lot of things. Only Reverend Yen Hong smiled without saying anything. Finally, he said with a smile, although we can't directly come into contact with the heavenly Tao now, the 3,000 great Taos are what we pursue. To be able to know what the great Tao is, it is no different from pointing out the direction of our cultivation. This is something that is far more useful than any master teacher or secret art. Boom, to other people, perhaps these words didn't mean much, but to Xiao Hua, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Not bad. Xiao Hua's heart surged with monstrous waves. Although I don't have a complete cultivation method, I don't have a direct path to the nascent soul stage. However, I have the heavenly Tao starry sky. This is the cultivation method of the ancient celestial beings. This was the true shortcut to heaven. Why do I have to be restricted to ordinary cultivation? Even if I don't enter the Imperial Thunder sect and don't have a master to guide me, as long as I carefully comprehend the heavenly Tao, I will definitely be able to achieve sainthood. Hehe. Xiao Hua was in a great mood, and he thought to himself, this auction in Haoming City was really worth it. The knowledge of a nascent soul cultivator is extraordinary. Hehe. Sainthood is just the cultivation method of the ancient celestial beings. Since the ancient celestial beings have died out, it shows that this method still has some disadvantages. Now that I'm in the cultivation world, I'd better follow the rules here and not be too conspicuous. Xiao Hua immediately thought again. Yes, other people's Tao is other people's Tao. We have our own Tao. Chongbai Sect's Li Tsongqing said proudly, no matter what Tao it is, as long as we can get it, it's a real Tao. Great. Reverend Yen Hong clapped his hands and said, there are 3,000 great Taos. Just one Tao is enough for us to pursue for a lifetime. Well, fellow Taoists, let's start the second round. Reverend Yen Hong waved his hand and said, the second round is still the same as before. There's no need to follow any order. If any fellow Taoist has something rare, take it out and see if other fellow Taoists are interested. And I'll go first. Reverend Xueqi of the Huang Dao sect stood up and clapped his hands. He took out an item and said with a smile, I was traveling in the Lian country 10 years ago and very accidentally found this item in a space that was about to be destroyed. I don't know what its origin is. I wonder if any fellow Taoist is interested. As he spoke, he placed the item on his table. Tortoise shell? Xiao Hua's eyes swept over it and his heart heated up. His eyes couldn't help but stick to it. He had practiced the inscription armor for a long time and had some understanding of the inscription armor on his broken tortoise shell. However, what was recorded on the tortoise shell seemed to be an article and also seemed to be a cultivation method. He still couldn't understand it. If no one bids, or if the bidders don't know what this item is, I'll take it. Xiao Hua thought to himself and prepared to see the situation. He was going to send a voice transmission to Hua Ferong and ask her to inform Hua Zhishan. Unexpectedly, before Xiao Hua could change his mind, Chongbai Sect's Li Tsongqing raised his hand and said, I'm interested in this item. As he spoke, he bid a number of spirit stones. Xiao Hua was stunned and looked at Li Tsongqing in exasperation. He secretly complained, Senior Li, even if you have spirit stones, you don't have to squander them like this. You casually bid a number and this junior will add a bit more. Won't this deal be closed? With such a high price, I'm afraid this junior's storage bag will be emptied. Xiao Hua thought this was an ordinary auction and wanted to pick up a bargain. However, which of the nascent soul cultivators in front of him hadn't lived for thousands of years? Which one of them hadn't experienced much more than Xiao Hua? Following Li Tsongqing's bid, several cultivators once again raised the price. It was too much for Xiao Hua to take in. In the end, Li Tsongqing laughed coldly and named a price, then looked around. Xiao Hua knew this was his last chance. He clenched his teeth and really wanted to take the tortoise shell. However, when he saw Imperial Thundersect's Reverend Mi Yu and the other nascent soul cultivators narrowing their eyes, Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and decided to ignore them. Good. Looking around, Reverend Yen Hong clapped his hands and said, "This item belongs to fellow Taoist Li." Li Tsongqing proudly smiled and took out a storage bag from his waist. He threw it on the ring of light and the tortoise shell turned towards Li Tsongqing. Immediately, 2 nascent soul cultivators stood up and took out 2 items that Xiao Hua couldn't see through. One was a fist-sized black object and the other was a dazzling thin needle. These 2 items were emitting strange fluctuations of spiritual power. As expected by Xiao Hua, he didn't know what these things were used for, and the others didn't say anything either. They only saw the price of the spirit stones rising higher and higher. Xiao Hua was dumbstruck, and only then did he stop. The spirit stones were given to someone else, and the 2 items also changed owners. Damn it, this young master was wrong. This young master was wrong and was too unreliable. Xiao Hua sullenly complained in his heart. This young master only knew that there were many good things in this nascent soul cultivators auction. But this young master didn't expect that each and every one of these old nascent soul cultivators would have discerning eyes. How could they let go of these good things? This young master didn't have any mi-ho or disguise, so how could he dare to bid with them? That's right, along with the increase in cultivation, a cultivator's horizons and experience would also increase. The higher the level of a high-level cultivator's bidding, the more difficult it would be to find good things that others wouldn't pay attention to. Xiao Hua's little abacus would most likely not be as effective in the future. Well, I have been sitting for a long time, so it's time to take out some things. The second Mi-ho cultivator stood up with a smile. Although he was smiling, his laughter was like the cry of a crow. Fellow Taoist, please," Reverend Yen Hong said with a smile. There was a trace of politeness in his tone. The Mi-ho cultivator clapped his hands and took out a dozen behemoths from his storage bag. He threw them into the ring of light and said with a smile, "This old man went to a Mozhao Black Forest a few days ago and didn't have any harvest. These things are all picked up, so it's not a wasted trip." Ha! Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and was surprised. At the same time, he was surprised because the dozen behemoths were actually Mo Zhao. "Haha, fellow Taoist, you are really lucky," Reverend Yen Hong said with a smile. "It is said that a lot of fellow Taoists were killed in Mo Zhao Black Forest last time. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to return with a full load. These Mo Zhao corpses have always been eaten by Mo Zhao himself. It is very difficult for us to get them." Reverend Yen Hong was right. The 3 Mo Zhao corpses that Zhu Chenghe gave to Chen Yi and the others were too small to be compared with the dozen Mo Zhao corpses in front of them. Of course, they couldn't be compared with the Mo Zhao corpses in Xiao Hua's space. Yes, this old man was lucky enough to be in a safe place in Mo Zhao Black Forest. By the time I made my move, I thought it was already very early. Neither the giant ink puppets nor the ink puppets had made a move. However, all that was left were the corpses of the ink puppets. There was not even a single giant ink puppet left. The cultivator said with a smile, "Oh my, this guy isn't the nascent soul cultivator who chased me that day, is he?" Xiao Hua secretly shrank his neck and rejoiced. "Fortunately, I changed my appearance that day. This guy didn't recognize me." Fellow Taoists, this old man has left enough Mo Zhao corpses for myself, so I won't be unreasonable. These dozen Mo Zhao corpses will be sold together. The fellow Taoist who offers the highest price will get them." The Mi-ho cultivator said loudly. "Good." Reverend Withered Leaf shouted and reported the number of spirit stones first. Immediately, Hua Zhishan, who had been silent all this time, also raised the price. These Mo Zhao corpses. Do they have any special uses?" Seeing that all the nascent soul cultivators were bidding, Xiao Hua muttered to himself. He thought for a moment and whispered to Hua Fereng, "Fellow Taoist Hua, I really don't understand. These Mo Zhao corpses must be the Mo Zhao from Mo Zhao Black Forest, but what is so special about them? Why would a group of nascent soul cultivators fight over it?" Chapter 2059. Hua Ferong smiled apologetically and replied, "This. I don't know either. I can ask my great-grandfather." However, in my opinion, fellow Taoist Xiao shouldn't have any ideas about this thing. Haha, I understand. I'm just curious. Xiao Hua replied naturally. Hua Furong replied to Hua Paikong immediately after Hua Furong replied. Hua Furong then explained to Xiao Hua. I heard from my great-grandfather that this Mo Zhao has many benefits. Its skin can be used to make leather armor and its bones can be used to refine weapons. Its two greatest benefits are its inner core and brain. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, are they Mo Zhao's inner core and brain? Haha, Mo Zhao grew up in the Black Forest with a lot of ink sand. Mo Zhao grew up in the Black Forest and inevitably accumulated ink sand in his body. The inner core is the accumulation of ink sand and has been refined by Mo Zhao since he was born. Almost every Mo Zhao has an inner core. If a Mo Zhao wants to form his core, it will be formed on the inner core formed by ink sand. Hua Furong continued, ink sand can corrode true origin, so the inner core of Mo Zhao can corrode true origin as well. The inner core of Mo Zhao is a powerful weapon in the hands of a cultivator to break restrictions. I see. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Then a thought came to his mind. Since the inner core of Mo Zhao can break restrictions, then the seal can also be broken? The seal on my middle dantian. If it is broken, I'm afraid it will be on the inner core of Mo Zhao. Hua Furong did not know what Xiao Hua was thinking and continued. As for the brain of Mo Zhao, if it is consumed with a secret technique, it will have a mysterious effect on the sensitivity of the five senses. This is especially so for a secret technique that works on the five senses. This brain is the best item. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and asked naturally. It seems that Senior Hua also knows this secret technique. Yes, it should be. Hua Furong smiled and said. Otherwise, my great-grandfather wouldn't have bid. The cultivators who had bid earlier were obviously embarrassed. Gradually, only Immortal Blue Feather of the Immortal Music Sect and Hua Zhishan of the Ardent Fire Mountain were still bidding. The cultivators from the three cultivation sects of the country of Xi and the large sects of the Meng country and the Lian country also withdrew. It seemed like it was not worth it for them to invest so many spiritual stones on Mo Zhao's corpse. Taoist Blue Feather, Hua Zhishan transmitted, if I don't give you my essence, will you fight me to the end? Hee, not at all. Taoist Blue Feather smiled and said, fellow Taoist, I'm sure you know that I'm good at artifact refinement, and one of my divine abilities requires the brain of Mo Zhao's corpse to be perfected. Moreover, Mo Zhao's bones are the best material for repairing spiritual weapons. How can I not be tempted? How about this? Hua Zhishan hesitated for a moment before replying. If you give me some leeway on Mo Zhao's corpse, I will also give you some leeway on the innate jellyfish. Fellow Taoist Hua, you're wrong. Taoist Master Blue Feather shakes his head and says, I don't know the whereabouts of that innate jellyfish I don't know when I'll trade with you. Hua Zhishan rolled his eyes and says helplessly, how about this, I do have some clues about the innate jellyfish, but the three of us are unable to catch it. If fellow Taoist is interested, I'll send you a message when the time comes and we'll go together. If we succeed, I'll consider exchanging your soul for something else. How about that? Taoist Master Blue Feather thought for a moment before withdrawing from the bidding, and Hua Zhishan got his wish of getting the dozen or so Mo Zhao's corpse. Seeing Hua Paikong beaming with joy, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice to Hua Furong and says, fellow Taoist Hua, if I ask the three elders to trade for the secret technique of using Mo Zhao's brain, what will the success rate be? Hua Furong frowned and looked at Xiao Hua's face and asked, does fellow Taoist Xiao want such a secret technique? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding. This, I can't say for sure. I don't know the value of this secret technique. Hua Furong is in a difficult position and says, allow me to find time to ask great-grandfather. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hua. Xiao Hua faintly smiled, then looked towards the field and asked with some surprise. This Xiao still doesn't understand. Why is it always a strange object? Could it be that there are no cultivation techniques, talisman crafting techniques, or artifact crafting techniques? Hee, so fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in these. Hua Furong smiles and says, don't worry, those are all at the end. Sure enough, just as Hua Hibiscus said, after a few more rounds, cultivation methods began to appear. After more than 10 rounds, Xiao Hua lost his patience and saw Fairy Poyu stand up. She clapped her hand and took out a black crystal. She placed it on the table and said, dozens of years ago, This servant participated in the Battle of the Imperial Demon Valley for the first time and was lucky enough to kill a demon cultivator. I obtained this magic slip from that demon cultivator. Inside this magic slip is a body refining technique from the devil realm. This servant naturally has no use for the devil sex techniques. Today, I will take it out and see if any fellow cultivator needs it. Very good. Xueqi was unable to contain his joy when he heard that a body refinement and bone cultivation technique had indeed appeared during the auction, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Hua Ferong. Fellow Taoist Hua, I'll have to trouble you to report to Elder Hua that this body refinement technique is something that I, Xiao, wish to obtain. Okay, Hua Ferong is happy for Xueqi. She quickly sends a message to Hua Zhishan. Hua Zhishan thinks for a bit and asks Xueqi, what do you want this for? Junior. Once practiced a body refinement technique, but that cultivation method was incomplete, and after practicing it for a long time, I ended up with nothing. Because of this body refinement technique, Junior benefited a lot, so I want to continue practicing it. Xueqi easily found a reason. Humph. This is a demon world cultivation technique. Can you practice it? Hua Zhishan scolds. Besides, do you have devil sense? Can you read the magic slip? This. Xueqi is stunned. All you have to do is to cultivate your own cultivation method properly. This isn't something you can use. Hua Zhishan says coldly, don't waste your hard-earned spirit stones. But, Elder Hua. Xueqi isn't willing, he sends a message. Junior might not be able to understand it, but I can ask the seniors in the sect. I'm sure Master Mi you would be willing to interpret it for me? Humph, how could that be? Hua Zhishan says impatiently, fine, since you want it, this old man won't stop you. How many spirit stones do you have? If it was something else, this old man can pay you some, but this old man won't give you even half a spirit stone. Xueqi looks around and sees that no one is bidding. He is secretly happy. He knows that demon world cultivation techniques aren't suitable for nascent soul cultivators of the cultivation world, so no one will care. Thinking for a bit, he bids a spirit stone that isn't too high, but it's definitely not a spirit stone that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can afford. Chapter 2060. Sure enough, Hua Zhishan was surprised and looked at Xueqi. The Imperial Thunder Sect is truly rich. I wouldn't dare, this is Junior's private savings. Xueqi smiled apologetically. At this time, Fairy Poyu said regretfully, so no fellow Taoist is interested then. Before she could finish, Hua Zhishan smiled. Fairy Poyu, this is a rare transaction, how can this old man not give you face? This old man wants it. Then, he gave a price that was neither high nor low. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Hua. Fairy Poyu smiled as if she had gained some face. Taoist Yen Hong also smiled. If no other fellow Taoist bids, then this item is Hua Zhishan's. Hearing these words, Xueqi's little heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Wasn't the purpose of his coming here the bone tempering technique? The Devil Realm's cultivation method was naturally useful, and since Buddhist sense was the nemesis of devil cultivators, he should be able to examine it. But at this time, a third cultivator spoke. So Hua Zhishan is also interested in this item. This old man thought only I liked it. Then he began to raise the price. Hua Zhishan couldn't see who this cultivator was, so he didn't hold back and slowly added spirit stones until Xueqi's bid was finished. He even added a few more spirit stones, but the Mi Lu cultivator still calmly bid as if he was determined to get this magic slip. Fine. This old man will raise the price one last time. Hua Zhishan glanced at Xueqi and gave a price that was about the same as the spirit stones in Xueqi's storage bag. If fellow Taoist raises the price again, this old man will have to retreat. How can I disappoint fellow Taoist Hua? The Hua Zhishan continued to raise the price by a large amount. On the other side, Fairy Poyu was overjoyed. She didn't think that a useless item from the Devil Realm would be exchanged for so many spirit stones. Hua Zhishan said helplessly, all right, this Mo bamboo slip belongs to you. Say. Xueqi's heart was like dead ashes right now. He thought he had enough spirit stones in his storage pouch, but even though Hua Zongshan for whatever reason added so many spirit stones in the end and pushed Xueqi to his limit, he still lost to the Mi Yao cultivator. Moreover, from the tone of the Mi Lu cultivator, it seemed that he had more spirit stones than this. What a pity, Xueqi was truly speechless. All right, Fairy Poyu has also gained a lot. Taoist Master Yen Hong stood up and said with a smile, "Does anyone else have anything else? If you don't, then this auction is over." Sigh, returning empty-handed, Xiao Hua howled, preparing to stand up. At this time, Taoist Master Blue Feather, who had been rather lively just now, stood up in embarrassment. He clapped his hands and took out a black magic slip. He said embarrassedly, "This old man didn't participate in the Battle of the Imperial Devil Valley last time. However, it is said that this item came from the Imperial Devil Valley during the battle. I won't hide it from everyone. This Mo bamboo slip contains a refining technique from the Devil Realm." "It can refine a devil treasure?" Taoist Master Withered Leaf shouted. "Why didn't you take out such a good item earlier?" "Hee hee." Taoist Withered Leaf misunderstood. Taoist Master Blue Feather laughed. "When I obtained it, it was still in good condition. However, for some reason it was heavily damaged. It must have been damaged during the battle. I was careless and fell for it. I originally didn't want to take it out, but after thinking about it, this is a Mo bamboo slip. Since Fairy Poyu can take it out, I might as well take it out and embarrass myself. I'll say this in advance, this refining technique is different from my Dawn Rain Continent's refining technique, and it's heavily damaged. I'm afraid it can't be refined into a devil treasure. If any Taoist is interested, you can bid." "This old man will naturally bid." Taoist Master Withered Leaf shouted without hesitation. "This old man will naturally bid. Since Taoist Master Withered Leaf is interested, I can't fall behind." Taoist Master Xueqi laughed. Then, the two increased the price bit by bit, as if they were testing each other. "Xiao Hua, why don't you want to participate?" Hua Zhishan glanced at Xiao Hua and transmitted his voice with interest. "No need." Xiao Hua wasn't in a good mood. He wanted the refining technique, after all, he had the Devil Spear tip and Devil Spear shaft in his space. However, Taoist Master Blue Feather had clearly said that the refining technique was damaged and couldn't be refined into a devil treasure. Why should he make trouble for himself? Wasting his own spirit stones for no reason? "Oh, then you'll have wasted your trip," Hua Zhishan said, intentionally or otherwise. Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He didn't understand what Hua Zhishan meant, but after thinking for a moment, he transmitted his voice. "Yes, Senior Hua's words are reasonable. This junior can't come here for nothing. Since this item is also a devil slip, then Senior Hua, please bid. This junior really wants to see what this devil slip is." Hua Zhishan saw that Taoist Master Xueqi and Taoist Master Withered Leaf were starting to slow down the bidding and said calmly, "You seem to be very interested in the items of the Devil Realm." "Yes, this junior heard about the Battle of Imperial Devil Valley. Moreover, I fought against the cultivators of Heavenly Demon Sect and obtained some items of Devil Cultivators. I am indeed curious about the Devil Realm." Xiao Hua replied after thinking for a moment. "Is that so?" Hua Zhishan nodded. "I hope you're telling the truth." At this time, Taoist Master Xueqi and Taoist Master Withered Leaf seemed to have reached the end of the bidding and Taoist Master Withered Leaf withdrew. "This old man wants to see what this devil slip is." Hua Zhishan smiled. Taoist Master Xueqi was stunned and asked curiously, "Taoist Hua, what do you mean? Your Blazing Fire Mountain doesn't specialize in refining tools." "Who said my Blazing Fire Mountain doesn't refine tools?" Hua Zhishan smiled. "My Blazing Fire Mountain's tool refining techniques are famous in the state of Xi." Taoist Master Xueqi looked at Hua Zhishan and then at Taoist Master Blue Feather, slightly curling his lips. When Hua Zhishan was bidding for the Devil Realm's body refining techniques, many nascent soul cultivators had seen some clues. Now that Hua Zhishan had suddenly joined the bidding, how could Taoist Master Xueqi not be suspicious? "Forget it." Taoist Master Xueqi flicked his sleeve and said, "This old man still needs to keep his spirit stones for my own use. I'll leave this devil slip to Taoist Hua." Taoist Master Blue Feather seemed to have misunderstood Hua Zhishan and smiled. "Many thanks for Taoist Hua's support." She then sent a few voice transmissions and passed the devil slip to Hua Zhishan on the Ring of Light. Hua Zhishan didn't expect such an outcome and went with the flow. He smiled and said a few words to Taoist Master Blue Feather and placed a storage pouch on the Ring of Light. "Very good." Seeing Hua Zhishan and Taoist Master Blue Feather put away their items, Taoist Master Yen Hong stood up again and clapped his hands, saying, "This auction has come to a successful conclusion. My Haoming City has prepared spirit wine. Fellow Taoists, please send your disciples back. Let's drink and chat." Thank you for your trouble, Taoist Master Yen Hong. All the nascent soul cultivators stood up and cupped their hands with a smile. Taoist Master Yen Hong cast a spell again, and several spheres several feet in size appeared under each table. Then, these spheres carried the cultivators like meteors and streaked across the space, quickly flying to different places. The 20 cultivators disappeared in a moment. A dot of light gradually enlarged in front of Xiao Hua and the others. When it got closer, it was actually a square several feet in size. It was like a door, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The 2 cultivators who had sent them here stepped out of the door and said loudly, "3 seniors, please follow us." Hua Peikong laughed and said, "Damn, this Haoming city is really full of tricks." When the 2 entered, Xiao Hua and the others' eyes flashed. They saw that they were standing at the entrance of the palace. Hua Zhishan's flying magic tool was not far ahead. The 2 cultivators respectfully accompanied Hua Peikong and said, "3 seniors, juniors will immediately send seniors to the city lord's mansion for the banquet." Thank you. Hua Zhishan turned to the Golden Core disciple and said, "You can go back. The banquet in Haoming City will take a few days and nights." "Yes," disciple obeys. The Golden Core cultivator bowed without hesitation and walked towards the flying magic tool. Hua Zhishan looked at Xiao Hua and took out a jade box. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, "This is what you wanted. This old man was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." "Many thanks, Senior Hua." Xiao Hua quickly handed over a storage bag filled with spirit stones to Hua Zhishan. Hua Zhishan took it without hesitation and said, "This old man has already done what he promised you and has already given your gift to Furong. Once you return to the cave, I will give it to you. If fate wills it, this old man welcomes you to Hua Zhishan as a guest." Hua Zhishan had been indifferent to Xiao Hua since that incident. Now, he actually invited Xiao Hua to be a guest. This was beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. Xiao Hua quickly bowed and said, "Many thanks for senior's care. If this junior has the opportunity, he will definitely come to Hua Zhishan to visit senior." You can go now." Hua Zhishan turned to leave. "Great-grandfather." At this moment, Hua Furong called out and quickly walked to Hua Zhishan's side. After Hua Zhishan heard this, he frowned and looked at Xiao Hua a few times before shaking his head at Hua Furong. But Hua Furong was still unwilling and gently pulled his robe as if she was acting coquettishly. Hua Zhishan then looked at Hua Peikong. Hua Peikong also had a helpless expression. Hua Zhishan then took out a jade slip from his storage bag and gave it to Hua Furong. Hua Furong then took out a jade slip from her storage bag and gave it back to Hua Zhishan. Xiao Hua was puzzled, but in his heart, there was a trace of understanding. Sure enough, when he followed Hua Hibiscus and the fire Qilin onto the flying magic tool, Hua Hibiscus handed the jade slip to Xiao Hua with a smile and said, "It's all right, fellow Taoist Xiao. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. I've helped you obtain this secret technique." Chapter 2061. Thank you, fellow Taoist Furong. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He took it and carefully put it into his space. "No need to thank me. This is my thanks for saving my life." Hua Furong smiled. "However, according to what I know, what grandfather gave you was my Blazing Fire Mountain's fire controlling technique. It should be much more powerful than this secret technique. If it were me, I would definitely choose the fire controlling technique." Xiao Hua understood that Hua Shrouded Mountain must have seen that he knew Samadhi True Fire and wanted to use the fire controlling technique to thank him. This could be said to be tailor-made and most suitable for him. However, he wanted this secret technique. No wonder Hua Shrouded Mountain refused first. "I didn't know beforehand." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "Unfortunately, grandfather said that he could only give you a jade slip." Hua Furong said regretfully. "It's already very good." Xiao Hua smiled. When they reached Hua Shrouded Mountain's cave, the flying artifact stopped. Everyone got off and Xiao Hua bid farewell. Hua Furong smiled. "If fate wills it, I really hope that fellow Taoist Xiao will come to Hua Shrouded Mountain as a guest." "I definitely will." Xiao Hua smiled. Just as he was about to leave, the silent fire Qilin asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I wonder, when will we be able to see fellow Taoist Xue? If fellow Taoist Xiao comes to Hua Shrouded Mountain as a guest, you must bring fellow Taoist Xue." "We'll see." Xiao Hua really couldn't answer this infatuated fellow Taoist. He cupped his hands and quickly flew down the mountain range of Haoming City. On the way, Xiao Hua still thought to himself, "Humph, since they want to invite me to Hua Shrouded Mountain, they didn't even give me a communication talisman. How is that sincere? Forget it. I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator now. In the eyes of nascent soul cultivators, I'm just a child. It's fine if I don't go." Xiao Hua's thoughts were somewhat wronged by the ardent fire mountain. Not to mention inviting a foundation establishment cultivator. Even a golden core cultivator would only be invited with a single sentence. Could it be that the ardent fire mountain would send a communication talisman in person? As for Hua Furong, she wanted to give him a communication talisman. But with the matter of matchmaking in Hua Shrouded Mountain, how could she have the face to do something so meaningless? There was also a fire Qilin at the side, and he only had one sentence. "Can I see fellow Taoist Xiao when you're suitable?" Even if Hua Hibiscus wanted to give it to him, she couldn't. However, Xiao Hua had neglected the fact that he still had a keepsake from the ardent fire mountain in his storage bag. When he returned to the cave, all the restrictions were more or less in place. The pill liquid on the pill furnace was still slowly being refined. What comforted Xiao Hua the most was that Xueqi was cultivating with her eyes closed, completely ignoring the outside world. Clearly, she was cultivating the dragon transformation art. People are indeed different when compared to others. Xiao Hua sighed. It had only been 10 days, and Xueqi was already able to practice the dragon transformation art. She was much stronger than him. I wonder how Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School is doing. Have you also built your foundation? Xiao Hua naturally thought of Xiao Mao, who had the same surname as him. He thought of how Xiao Mao bowed down and called him Big Brother. The last time he received news of Xiao Mao, he was already in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Perhaps he should be in the foundation building realm now? Soon after, Xiao Hua found another quiet room and separated himself from Xueqi. With a wave of his hand, Hua Furong's jade slip was taken out. He immersed his divine sense into it and carefully read it. After a long while, Xiao Hua could not help but frown. The secret technique in the jade slip was very complete, and there was nothing missing. However, it was obvious that this secret technique was only an auxiliary technique. It could only be used to use Mo Zhao's brain when he was cultivating some kind of sensory divine ability. It could not be used alone. In other words, if Xiao Hua was cultivating a sensory divine ability, such as heaven's eyes, heaven's ears, heaven's smell, and other similar techniques, he could use this secret technique. With the help of Mo Zhao's brain, it would have a miraculous effect. I still can't use it. Xiao Hua racked his brains, but he could not think of any techniques that could be used to cultivate his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. If he forced himself to say it, his Dharma eyes could be counted as one, and this Dharma eyes. Xiao Hua did not have any techniques for now. Let's put it aside first. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and put the jade slip into his space. He thought to himself, "It seems that I didn't gain anything from this trip other than knowledge and experience. Forget it, let's take a look at the so-called refining techniques of the devil realm. Hopefully, my Buddha's consciousness can't be used." With a wave of his hand, a black jade slip appeared in Xiao Hua's hand. Looking at the jade slip, Xiao Hua had a feeling of déjà vu. This jade slip was like a black stone. It was extremely deep inside, and light seemed to be unable to reach the bottom. Moreover, when he looked at this black stone, he seemed to have a feeling of dizziness, as if he was going to be sucked into it. Strange, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. This young master seems to have never seen this thing before. Could it be that I saw it before my Naiwan palace was sealed? Could it be that this young master also participated in the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua probed with his divine sense. Sure enough, this jade slip was like a stubborn stone. It was very tight, and his divine sense could not penetrate it at all. A nascent soul cultivator probably has other methods, or perhaps it's the so-called devil consciousness. As Xiao Hua pondered, he opened his Dharma eyes. In his Dharma eyes, the Mo bamboo slip was like a small ball of pitch-black fog, but it also seemed like there were many black threads entangled together. It fluttered and became a mess. The devil realm naturally also has heaven and earth spiritual qi. Xiao Hua closed his Dharma eyes and pinched his chin. He thought, the heaven and earth spiritual qi used by the people of the devil realm should be this kind of pitch-black thread. It's probably devil qi. But why doesn't the devil artifact have this kind of devil chi? I'm afraid it's because of the refining techniques of the devil realm. After looking at the jade slip enough, Xueqi released his Buddha's consciousness. Sure enough, under the Buddha's consciousness, the jade slip was like a paper window. With a little attack, it broke through the cocoon. Ai, sure enough. Xueqi's heart was just happy for a moment, but he was immediately attacked by the miserable state inside the jade slip. This magic slip was extremely similar to the jade slip. They both recorded words, but although Xueqi still didn't understand these words, the words inside the magic slip were already fragmented. Large pieces of cracks were everywhere, and large pieces of the words were missing. Only the first part could barely be seen clearly and could be considered complete. Like I said, wanting to get good things from a nascent soul cultivator is really tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. There's nothing to think about at all. Xueqi curled his lips and threw the jade slip into the space. In the future, it's better to wait until I have the strength or something like a secret auction before I participate. Otherwise, it'll only be in vain. But immediately, Xueqi's heart was unwilling. Since there were some things, then he had to see what they were. Perhaps they could be of some use? Thinking, Xueqi looked at Xueqi's situation again. He closed the cave and flew down alone towards the Qi refining cultivator's residence. A moment after Xueqi flew away, a figure appeared in the cave not far from Xueqi. It was Yan Yu. Chapter 2062. Humph. Didn't I say that Fiery Fire Mountain is just repaying a debt of gratitude? They can't protect you forever. After all, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since you were able to participate in the auction of nascent soul cultivators, your storage pouch must have been replaced with something that even golden core cultivators can't covet. I'm afraid they'll all change owners very soon. Yan Yu quietly flew up and laughed inwardly. If I didn't know your background, who would have thought that you, an early-stage foundation-building cultivator, would actually have a storage pouch of a golden core cultivator? You can actually have something that nascent soul cultivators bid on? Although Xueqi released his divine sense, he didn't expect that there would actually be people watching him in Haoming City. Therefore, he only focused on sizing up the surrounding scenery. The residence of aura refining cultivators was the largest in Haoming City. Their Immortal's Cave was obviously much smaller than that of foundation-building cultivators. Moreover, it was also much more crowded. Although there were many spiritual plants, spiritual trees, and other things, they were a bit more common. Of course, there was also a difference. There were more city guards. The city guards wore armor and held long swords in their hands. From time to time, they would fly in the air in groups of 2s and 3s. Many aura refining cultivators were also different from foundation-building cultivators. They didn't stay in their Immortal's caves to meditate. Instead, they flew all over the mountain range like headless flies. Greetings, Senior. Just as Xueqi's figure landed, several aura refining cultivators greeted him. They respectfully saluted him and asked, "May I know which auction house Senior wants to go to?" "Junior is willing to serve." Xueqi frowned slightly. He only knew the general situation of Haoming City, but he knew very little about the specific matters related to the auction. However, before he could speak, the expressions of those aura refining cultivators changed slightly. They hastily cupped their hands and said, "Junior still has something to do. Junior will take his leave." Why? Xueqi was even more baffled. When he raised his head to look, he saw several peak stage aura refining cultivators flying over. Obviously, those aura refining cultivators were afraid of these city guards. "Greetings, Senior." The city guards also saluted respectfully. "May I know what Junior can help you with?" What's up with those aura refining cultivators just now?" Xueqi pointed his finger and said with a smile. The city guard said respectfully, "Senior, it's time for our Haoming City's once-in-a-century auction. Not only are there auctions for nascent soul cultivators, there are also auctions for gold core cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators, and Qi refinement cultivators." I know that. Several auctions have started at the same time. I just came out of the Nascent Soul Seniors auction with my seniors. I'm afraid that the auctions for Jin Dan, Foundation Establishment, and Qi Refinement cultivators have already ended? Senior, a trace of admiration appeared on the guard's face and he spoke with even more respect. Senior went to the auction for nascent soul cultivators? Say, S right T? To T, seeing that Xiao Hua didn't answer directly, the city guard said, the number of nascent soul cultivators who come to Haoming City is limited, so the auctions have always been the shortest. The number of core formation cultivators, foundation building cultivators, and ore refining cultivators increases in turn, so the auctions are also divided into several places. Junior just received news that the auctions for core formation cultivators have already ended, but the auctions for foundation building cultivators and ore refining cultivators have yet to end. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, I want to go to the foundation building cultivators auction. Can fellow Taoist lead the way? Senior. Please. The city guard didn't beat around the bush and extended his hand to signal Xiao Hua. He then flew up first while the other city guards continued their patrol. Fellow Taoist, what's up with those ore refining cultivators just now? Xiao Hua asked again after flying for a while. Oh, it's nothing. The city guard seemed a little reluctant to answer. There are many cultivators who come to Haoming City, so it's hard to distinguish between good and bad. Many cultivators are embarrassingly short of money, so they start to do business with loose cultivators, causing a mess in Haoming City. Of course, those cultivators just now wouldn't have any ideas about foundation building cultivators. However, they perhaps wanted to provide convenience for Senior, or perhaps they had other plans. In order to prevent something unfavorable to fellow Taoists from happening, the city guards of Haoming City had no choice but to take action and suppress all the signs in advance. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. In just a short while, the city guard escorted Xiao Hua to the front of a huge Immortal's Cave. This Immortal's Cave was no less than 10 times the size of Xiao Hua's Immortal's Cave. At the entrance of the Immortal's Cave stood a dozen or so foundation building city guards. When they saw Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua coming over, one of them flew over. The city guard who led Xiao Hua here saluted this person and explained the matter. The city guard scanned Xiao Hua with his divine sense and said with a smile, according to the rules of Haoming City's auctions, you can't enter after the auction starts. However, since fellow Taoist has just come from the auction hosted by the city lord, I presume you still want to continue. How can I stop fellow Taoist's interest? Fellow Taoist only needs to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones to enter. 100? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. This number was indeed not much for him, but he had to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones just to enter. He had to admit that Haoming City was too greedy. Fellow Taoist, please know that ordinary foundation building Taoists only need to pay 10 high-grade spirit stones. The city god said very naturally. If you come late, you'll have to pay 10 times the amount. And I understand. Xiao Hua nodded and clapped his hands. Without blinking, he took out 110 spirit stones and said, Fellow Taoist, please lead the way. The city guard scanned with his divine sense and naturally knew the number of spirit stones. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he put them into his storage bag. He said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, please. After the city guard entered the Immortal's Cave, they turned into a pitch-black quiet room after passing through a few corridors. Fellow Taoist, please. This secret room can isolate the probing of divine sense. Fellow Taoist, you can put on bewilderment and other items inside. The city guard stopped, handed over a number plate, and said with a smile, This is fellow Taoist's number plate. After the auction, fellow Taoist can keep this number plate as a souvenir. Moreover, you can enjoy a discount in my Haoming City shops. Many thanks. Xiao Hua nodded and took the number plate. He didn't say anything else. He raised his head and walked in. He didn't put on any bewilderment, and when he passed through the quiet room, his figure and face had already changed. After Xiao Hua passed through the quiet room, his eyes lit up. It was a huge Immortal's Cave, and thousands of cultivators were sitting in different positions in an orderly manner. In the center was a platform, and on the platform was a late-stage foundation building cultivator. In front of that cultivator floated a jade tablet. The sound of bidding rose and fell in an endless stream. A smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. This was the auction that he was familiar with. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and sat down on the nearest seat. Just as he sat down, a plate of spirit fruits quietly floated next to the table. And not bad. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand without any trace of politeness, picked up a spirit fruit, and put it into his mouth. This was exchanged with 100 high-grade spirit stones, after all. TCH, this spirit fruit is really ordinary. Xiaohua casually ate a few mouthfuls, then swept his divine sense toward the high platform in the center. At this time, the auctioneer had already removed the silk on the jade plate. It was a precious refining material. In Xiaohua's ears, there was already a foundation-building cultivator who called a relatively high price for this item. However, after seeing the auction of nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua felt that this auction of foundation-building cultivators was too childish. Xiaohua was somewhat familiar with this material. It should be related to the repair of the cloud-suppressing seal. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't even warm his seat before he immediately made a bid. Moreover, Xiaohua was too ruthless. He increased the number of spirit stones by 30% all of a sudden. The several people who were still in full swing a moment ago immediately went silent. Good, the auctioneer said with a smile. If no one makes a bid, this Yunying stone is this fellow Taoist's. Immediately after, the auctioneer clapped his hand, and the Yunying stone on the jade plate disappeared. Then, a faint brilliance flashed on Xiaohua's table, and the Yunying stone appeared on it. Not bad, Xiaohua nodded secretly. With a wave of his hand, the Yunying stone was put into his space. Then, he placed the spirit stones inside it. When the brilliance disappeared, the spirit stones were also taken away. The legendary technique of Haoming City seems to be very detailed. There are traces of this technique everywhere. Xiaohua thought of Taoist master Yan Hong's methods during the nascent soul meeting. The dozen or so items that followed were all lacking in quality and were boring. Xiaohua didn't care about them. But at this time, the auctioneer spoke again. Fellow Taoists, after more than 10 rounds of bidding, most of the items that fellow Taoists consigned for sale, as well as the items prepared by Haoming City, have been successfully sold. We'll take a break for now. If any fellow Taoist still wants to sell something, you can put it on the table in front of you. I have said this several times, but I still have to say it this time. When you sit down, the number plate on your body has already been connected with the magic array on the table. Fellow Taoists' items also have the mark of the number plate, so there's no mistake. After the bidding, the spirit stones will still be sent to your table. Well, during the break, I will also put the items that failed in the previous bidding here. If any fellow Taoist likes them, you can still take them away. After the auctioneer finished speaking, he waved his hand. Dozens of jade boxes, jade bottles, magic tools, and other items were carried on jade plates and flew around the high platform. It was similar to the bidding that Xiaohua had seen before. Then, the auctioneer stamped his foot again. At the edge of the high platform, a brilliance flashed, and a row of pitch-black magic tools was actually revealed, neatly placed there. There are even magic tools. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, but when his divine sense swept over, a trace of happiness appeared on his face. He saw that among the row of pitch-black magic tools, there was a magic spear end that was similar to the magic spear in his space, and it was placed there all by itself. In front of the spear end, there was a jade plate with a number of spirit stones written on it. Great, I didn't think I would actually be able to find this item here. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what kind of magic spear he could refine by putting the magic spear tip, shaft, and tail together, the magic spear tip was his earliest life-saving weapon. He still hoped to complete this magic spear. Seeing the auctioneer's body flash with brilliance and disappear from the high platform, several cultivators stood up from their seats and walked towards the high platform. The majority of the cultivators didn't care. They closed their eyes to rest, or took out something from their storage pouches, causing the entire hall to faintly flicker with brilliance. Chapter 2063. However, when Xiaohua extended his hand to grab the tail of the demonic spear, a fair and jade-like hand also appeared in his field of vision. It was precisely grabbing the tail of the demonic spear. What made Xiaohua very embarrassed was that the two of them were grabbing the tail of the demonic spear. Ha! Xiaohua was stunned. This jade hand was obviously a female cultivator. When he turned his head to look, he saw a similarly short and thin woman looking at him with the same stunned expression. Xiaohua wanted to withdraw his hand, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that if he withdrew his hand, the female cultivator would take the devil spear away. Obviously, the female cultivator also had the same idea. She placed one hand on the devil spear and stared at Xiaohua, unwilling to admit defeat. Fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua coughed. He looked at the somewhat pale early-stage foundation establishment female cultivator and said, "Why didn't fellow Taoist bid a moment ago, but instead made a move now?" Fellow Taoist also didn't bid. "So why did you make a move now?" The female cultivator also questioned. "I came too late." Xiao Hua touched his nose with his other hand and smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the devil spear on the left and said, "There are so many devil spears on this high platform. Why did fellow Taoist choose this one? Why don't you choose something else?" "Yes, there are so many devil spears on this high platform. Why did fellow Taoist choose this one? Why don't you choose something else?" The female cultivator also said. "Alas, Xiao Hua sighed. He suddenly raised his head, looked to the left, and shouted, "Manager, oh!" The female cultivator was stunned. She also raised her eyebrows and looked over, but at this moment, she suddenly felt her hand slip. The devil spear's tail that she was holding tightly was actually forcefully pulled away by Xiao Hua. She naturally grabbed with her hand, and Xiao Hua also felt a great force. She wanted to grab the devil spear's tail, but Xiao Hua used a little force and easily pulled the devil spear's tail away. However, Xiao Hua was still a little surprised. Looking at the thin and unremarkable female cultivator, he didn't expect this female cultivator to have such great strength. The female cultivator didn't see the empty high platform. She knew that she had been fooled. She hurriedly stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and used an extremely beautiful move to snatch the devil spear's tail away. But how could Xiao Hua let her have her way? He raised his left hand and swiftly struck her wrist. At the same time, he slapped his storage bag. Pa! Xiao Hua's fist struck the female cultivator's hand, which had quickly turned into a palm. At the same time, the devil spear's tail also disappeared from his hand. "You!" The female cultivator was stunned for a moment, but then her face turned as cold as ice. She coldly said, "Are you still a man? Is this how you treat a female cultivator?" "Of course I'm a man." I's dual cultivation partner was the clearest about this. "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to worry about me," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "As for the treatment of female cultivators, I don't have enough experience. Please forgive me if I've been rude." "You!" The female cultivator said the word "you" again. Then, she looked around and saw that there were already people paying attention to them. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "I already had my eyes on this item. How could you snatch it away from me?" "How about this?" Xiao Hua nodded. He looked at the high platform and said, "Since the ruler is here, let's let this devil tool bid again. I came late just now. Let's start again?" This time, the female cultivator didn't fall for his trick. She sighed and said, "If I had spirit stones, would I have waited until now?" Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at it. "Isn't this the same as the starting price? You could have just bid at that time." The female cultivator looked at Xiao Hua with her starry eyes and nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist, you really just arrived." Then, she explained, "The current bid is already 50% of the original price. In the previous rounds, it was 90% at the beginning, then 80% until now. I've always been afraid that someone would snatch it away. Now I can finally afford to bid, but you snatched it away. Moreover, if you snatched it away from me, this item, I'm afraid I'd really have to bid again." The female cultivator said faintly, "I've been looking for this item for a long time. I came to Bright City this time precisely for this item. Is this item very important to fellow Taoist?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. A trace of vigilance flashed through the female cultivator's eyes, and she asked, "If I say it's important, can you give it to me?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "I don't know yet." At this moment, a brilliance flashed on the high platform, and Xueqi's figure slowly emerged. Obviously, a new round of bidding was about to begin. "Forget it." The female cultivator glared fiercely at Xiao Hua, then turned around and left. Xiao Hua shrugged, took out spirit stones, placed them on a jade plate, and slowly returned to his seat. Xueqi went up to the high platform and glanced at the things floating around. Almost no one moved, but he remained calm and composed. He formed hand seals, and with a flash of brilliance, all the items fell on the high platform and disappeared. At the same time, the demonic tools on the edge of the high platform also disappeared without a trace. "All right, there's still 10 minutes before the last round of bidding. Fellow Taoist who still wants to consign something for sale, please hurry up." Xueqi said with a smile. The items consigned by fellow Taoists will be appraised by my Haoming City's dedicated consecrators. It's absolutely fair. However, fellow Taoist must give 10% of the items to my Haoming City. Xiaohua sat on his seat, listless as he listened to Xueqi's nonsense. However, his mind was thinking about that female cultivator just now. If this female cultivator was concerned about the demonic tools, it would be normal, but why did she care about the demonic spear's tail? Moreover, this female cultivator's strength isn't ordinary. She's the strongest cultivator I've ever seen. Oh! Xiaohua thought and placed the demonic spear's tip, shaft, and tail together. Sure enough, there was still a section of the spear shaft missing. So that's how it is. Xiaohua realized. This female cultivator should still have a section of the spear shaft, so she wanted to match it with the demonic spear's tail. Oh no, I offended that female cultivator just now. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the demonic spear shaft. Is there any other fellow Taoist who wants to consign something for sale? Xueqi finally asked. Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He took out a very damaged magic tool from the storage pouch he got from the golden core cultivator in the ink cloud black forest and threw it on the table next to him. A brilliance flashed on the table, and the magic tool disappeared. That golden core cultivator must have gone to the ink cloud black forest to pick up the items. Maybe he even picked them up for a long time. The items in these two storage pouches are strange. The jade slips are easy to understand, but the magic tools are troublesome. No matter how I look at them, I can't figure out their origins. Why don't I ask the Haoming City's consecrators to help me take a look? Xiaohua thought to himself as he watched the brilliance on the table disappear. Soon, the first items consigned for sale appeared in front of Xueqi and were placed on several jade plates. Xueqi pointed his hand and one of the jade plates flew in front of him. Xueqi opened the silk cloth and scanned it with his divine sense. He laughed. Hee, I knew it. There are still some fellow Taoists who have good things but won't take them out until the last moment. The quality of this magic tool isn't bad. It's not much inferior to the magic tools in the previous auction. Chapter 2064. Soon after, Xueqi quoted a number of spirit stones according to the price on the jade plate. Then, he gave a simple explanation of the magic tool's function and origin. And it's really not bad. Xiaohua naturally had no interest in this magic tool, but after listening to Xueqi's tireless explanation of the magic tool's ins and outs, and hearing that the price was appropriate, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. This magic tool obviously caused a small stir. Many foundation establishment cultivators began to slowly bid, and the number of spirit stones increased. This made Xiaohua puzzled. It can't be, right? No matter what, it's just a magic tool. Everyone here is a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if they don't have one, won't their sect give one? Why must they compete like this? But then, Xiaohua understood. Although the sect would give magic tools, it also depended on the sect. Not to mention the state of Xi's three cultivation sects, the Imperial Thunder sect and the Rinsing Flower sect might be able to give each of them one. But the problem was, what about the other sects? At least Xiaohua knew that the previous Shanghuaming didn't have this strength. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these foundation establishment cultivators were bidding for these magic tools for their own juniors. Thinking of his juniors, Xiaohua was a bit worried. He had promised his eldest senior brother that he would give Xiang Zhili a great magical ability. But what magical ability? How would he explain it when the time came? Soon after, Xueqi bid for many other strange things, but Xiaohua didn't care. What he wanted was a cultivation method for refining the body or tempering the bones. His space didn't lack these odds and ends. All right, this old man has another good thing here. Xueqi clapped his hands in disappointment. The silk covering the jade plate was removed, and a light cyan jade slip appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Cultivation method? Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but straighten his back slightly. His movement wasn't obvious, but in the eyes of a certain person, it was clear. This jade slip doesn't record any cultivation method, nor is it about refining tools or creating talismans. Xueqi looked at the jade slip in his hand and said with a smile. Oh, everyone was disappointed, and Xiaohua even sat down. However, this is also a special item that appeared in my auction today. Xueqi seemed to be whetting everyone's appetites. After a short pause, he continued. This jade slip contains a description in the Devil Realm's language. This is something that is rarely seen in auctions in Haoming City. Tisk, a cultivator sneered rudely. Senior, you're exaggerating. What do we not have at the auction in Haoming City? Even if the written descriptions in the demon realm were scarce, what was the use? We are not demonic cultivators, nor can we wield demonic artifacts. What use do we have for this thing? Hee, fellow Taoist, please calm down. Xueqi looked at the cultivator whose cultivation was lower than his and didn't get angry. He said, I only said that this thing was rare, I didn't mention the price. However, as the manager spoke, he was a bit stunned. He scratched his head and said self-deprecatingly, I was wrong. This item was actually set by the fellow Taoist who put it up for sale. Haha, and the price isn't low. As he spoke, the Chancellor spoke a number that was definitely not low. Is there something wrong with this guy? The cultivator who spoke muttered, which foundation establishment cultivator would take out so many spirit stones for this thing? However, before he could finish speaking, a voice said, I want it. When everyone's divine senses swept over, they found that the person who spoke was Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi was overjoyed. It was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. Wasn't he lacking a jade slip that could read thousands of characters in the demon realm? Sick. When the cultivator saw that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like him actually stood up to bid, he could only shake his head and sit down. Xueqi stood there with a smile. He was a bit impatient. He knew very well that although the price of the spirit stones just now was lower than the previous magic tools and medicinal pills, it was definitely not low for this kind of almost useless jade slip. It could even be said to be very high. Who would bid against him for this? Moreover, Xueqi didn't think that there were many cultivators present who had more spirit stones in their storage pouches than he did. However, without waiting for him to stand for a moment, without waiting for the Chancellor to ask another question, he heard a clear voice laughing not far away. Sure enough, fellow Taoist knows his stuff. I have no choice but to raise the price. Huh? It's actually that female cultivator just now. Xueqi was stunned at first, but after a sweep with his divine sense, he immediately understood. This female cultivator also wants the demon tool, so of course she wants this jade slip. Immediately, Xueqi raised the price without hesitation. And that female cultivator also seemed to be determined. She added spirit stones bit by bit. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the price of this jade slip had reached an extremely high level. However, Xueqi was still indifferent. This number of spirit stones was still very low. However, hearing that female cultivator's calm and unruffled bid, Xueqi was a bit bewildered. He secretly said, just now, this female cultivator said that she didn't have many spirit stones and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get the demon spear shaft. How come she has spirit stones now? Could it be that she was lying to me? Alas, I don't have many spirit stones left. At this time, that female cultivator said regretfully, I can only add up to this point. If fellow Taoist raises the price again, I can only give up. Xueqi frowned, rolled his eyes, and cupped his hands. So it's like this. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Since that's the case, I can't snatch what you like even more. I won't raise the price. This jade slip belongs to fellow Taoist. Ah? The female cultivator obviously didn't expect Xueqi to give up so easily. She was astonished, stamping her feet, and asked, You? How can you not raise the price? Xueqi laughed, and everyone else also laughed. I gave this jade slip to you, and you're actually not happy? You even want I to raise the price? What kind of logic is this? That female cultivator said I a few times, but she was also helpless and could only sit down. Alright, this item belongs to this fellow Taoist. Xueqi smiled and pointed his finger. But right after that, Xueqi was also a little stunned. However, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he clapped his hand. That jade slip disappeared, but a light flashed next to the female cultivator. Obviously, it was transferred to the female cultivator's table. Soon after, Xueqi waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in midair. Xueqi glanced at it and was even more surprised. He said with a smile, Strange things happen every year, but this year, my Haoming city has the most. This foundation building pill has become increasingly rare in the auction in recent years. Just like the exquisite grass used to concoct foundation building pills. It's getting rarer every year. Every sect, and even every cultivator, treasures this item so that they can keep it for their own disciples. The previous 2 bottles of foundation building pills already caused a sensation, and in the last round of the auction, the penultimate item to be auctioned is actually a foundation building pill? Foundation building pill. It's really a foundation building pill? Who would still take it out? Several cultivators around Xueqi unconsciously stood up. Ha! Why do you say that? Xueqi was stunned. He remembered that when he participated in the auction last time, foundation building pills were indeed rare, but it seemed that they weren't this rare. Listening to Xueqi's tone, the number of foundation building pills had actually become fewer and fewer in the past 10 years? Alright, these are 2 foundation building pills. The starting price is 100 top-grade spirit stones. Xueqi stated the starting price that Xueqi knew was 5 times the starting price. Good. Xueqi immediately understood. No wonder when he entered Haoming City that day and gave Bai Fengliang several foundation building pills, that guy's face was filled with gratitude. It turned out, in the current cultivation world, foundation building pills were actually so rare. 150. Xueqi had just started to sigh with emotion when the price of foundation building pills soared by 50%. Crazy. Xueqi shook his head and sat steadily on his seat. Looking at everyone's eagerness, he had other plans in his mind. In the end, the 2 foundation building pills were sold for 200 top-grade spirit stones. This made many foundation building cultivators sigh. Fellow Taoist. Xueqi thought for a moment and cupped his hands towards the cultivator beside him. I don't quite understand. Why are these foundation building pills so precious? When did fellow Taoist build his foundation? That cultivator didn't answer but asked instead. I'm ashamed. It's already been 40 years. Xueqi smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist hasn't taken in a disciple yet, right? That's right. That's right. The cultivator nodded and said, since fellow Taoist doesn't use foundation building pills, you naturally wouldn't have thought that foundation building pills would suddenly become scarce in the past 10 years. The question is, why are they scarce? Xueqi asked, puzzled. That cultivator shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, I heard some vague news. Fellow Taoist looks familiar and feels like old friends at first sight. That's why I revealed it to you. You can't tell others. Xueqi's expression turned cold and he said in all seriousness, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. I heard that the heavenly Tao has changed greatly. My Tao sect has already reached its end. The ancient celestials will once again revive from overseas. In the future it might be the world of the celestials. The cultivator was even more serious. The spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits that we use for cultivation are all different from before. All the medicinal pills that are required for cultivation can no longer be refined. Therefore, not only have the prices of spiritual herbs and other things increased, even the important medicinal pills like foundation building pills have been hoarded by cultivators and won't be revealed in the auction again. Ah? Xueqi was stunned. However, without waiting for him to speak, the cultivator said proudly, not only that, the spirit stone veins have also undergone great changes. They can no longer be used for cultivation. Many large sects are crazily fighting over spirit stone veins outside. These spirit stones will also become scarce in the future. Xueqi originally didn't want to believe this cultivator's words, but he had seen Xianghua sect snatching the spirit stone veins with his own eyes. He couldn't not believe these words. Seeing Xiaohua's bewildered appearance, that cultivator turned his head very disdainfully. That's right, such ordinary cautiousness scared an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator into a daze. How could he not be proud? Fellow Taoists, this is the last item in the final round of this auction. The chancellor, who was on the high platform, ignored Xiaohua's thoughts and said loudly, generally speaking, the consecrators of the Haoming city will save the most valuable items for last. I'm afraid that the foundation building elixir just now was done by them. Chapter 2065. Come, let's see what the final item is. Xueqi lifted the silk cloth and glanced at the jade slip on the jade plate. He was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a voice transmission to someone behind him. After confirming, he smiled bitterly and said, "Even I was surprised by this item. I've made a fool of myself." Then he picked up the jade slip, looked at it a few times, and said, "Allow this poor Taoist to keep everyone guessing. What is this? Ha! Could it be that this item has an origin?" A cultivator stood up and smiled. "Can I take a look?" "Of course." Xueqi waved his hand, and the jade plate flew to the cultivator. The cultivator picked up the rhombus-shaped magic tool with 4 missing corners and pondered for a long time. He shook his head and said, "The spiritual energy fluctuations in this item are weak. It must be seriously damaged. It will take a lot of effort to repair it. Moreover, one's spiritual sense can only see the surface. It seems to be able to penetrate it, but there's a faint barrier that prevents it from entering. I can't see what kind of magic tool it is." The other cultivators were also very interested, but they couldn't see any clues. "Let me take a look." A cultivator in a mesmerizing robe said in a deep voice. "Let me take a look first." Similarly, another mesmerizing robe cultivator sitting on the other side said in unison. Then, the first mesmerizing robe cultivator waved his hand, and the jade plate flew in his direction. It seemed like it was about to break free from Xueqi's control. At the same time, the other mesmerizing robe cultivator stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The jade plate also flew in his direction. "Seniors," Xueqi frowned and said, "please let go. This item has been appraised by our Haoming City's consecrators. It's a famous magic tool from 1,000 years ago called the Mist Puppet. If you like it, please bid." "What? A magic tool?" Xuehua was stunned. Obviously, this was the so-called magic tool he threw into the transportation array on the table. "Mist Puppet? This is the Mist Puppet that is said to be able to create an illusion array on its own?" A cultivator looked at the damaged Mist Puppet in disbelief. "That's right." The Xueqi nodded. "However, the corrosion on its surface is particularly severe. Not only does it look completely different from before, even the outer formation has been destroyed. According to the consecrator's speculation, it should be because the owner of the Black Mist Tree had died in the Black Mist Forest, and the Black Mist Tree had been corroded by the Black Mist Sand for thousands of years. It is also because of this that Mo Bao, who has not been seen in the Black Forest for thousands of years, has blown this item out of the Black Forest, allowing it to see the light of day again. Since it's the Wu Qi, this poor Taoist won't say too much about how powerful it is. The core of this magic treasure is as good as new. If any fellow Taoist can repair it, it will be able to regain the power of the Wu Qi from 1,000 years ago." As the Chancellor spoke, he took the Wu Qi into his hand and reported a number of spirit stones that shocked Xuehua. That's right, this was a transcendent artifact. Although it was damaged, its core was still intact. It was much more useful than those fragments and so on. How could it not have a good starting price? Hearing the number of spirit stones, the stingy Xuehua was somewhat regretful. He had only thought this was an ordinary magic tool. However, he immediately laughed inwardly. There are many similar items in this little master space. I'll take one out and test it out. I'll know that these things have their origins. In the future, I'll slowly find out how to use them. At worst, I'll take it out and bid for some spirit stones. That's better than not knowing its value, right? The Mist Puppet was indeed famous. Very quickly, the price reached a very high price. The crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators stopped and watched the 2 cultivators that the Chancellor called seniors bid. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the Mist Puppet was finally won by the second Mist Puppet cultivator. "All right, fellow Taoists." After the Mist Puppet cultivator delivered the spirit stones, the Chancellor clapped his hand. The entire hall flashed with brilliance, and all the cultivators' tables lit up. A storage pouch naturally appeared on Xuehua's table. Xuehua reached out and put it into his bosom. After the brilliance flashed, the Chancellor said, "This time, the auction for Foundation establishment cultivators has come to an end. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming to my Haoming City. 5 years later, my Haoming City will still hold the auction for Foundation establishment cultivators. I welcome fellow Taoists to come again. In addition, fellow Taoists who can sign the Mist Puppet cultivators, your spirit stones have already been delivered. Please check and accept them. If there's anything inappropriate, please don't leave the auction." My Hao Ming city will help you deal with it. Immediately, the entire high platform radiated rays of light in all directions. All kinds of brilliance flashed, and rainbow bridges stretched out from the high platform to the feet of the cultivators. Let's go. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. He floated onto the nearest rainbow bridge, only to see the rainbow bridge slowly shrink. At this moment, Xiao Hua heard a crisp and urgent voice say, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Xiao Hua turned around and saw that thin and weak-looking female cultivator. She was waving at him and seemed to want to fly over. Unfortunately, before she could fly, the Chancellor, who had disappeared a moment ago, appeared in front of her. He seemed to be looking for her. "Fellow Taoist, please wait for me outside. I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist." The female cultivator was somewhat embarrassed. After shouting at Xiao Hua a few times, she turned around and spoke to the Chancellor. Xiao Hua didn't respond. Obviously, the female cultivator wanted to get the Devil's Spear tail from him, and Xiao Hua absolutely wouldn't give it away. Xiao Hua followed the rainbow bridge out of the auction. His expression changed as he waited. Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he flew to the side of the city guard who was guarding the auction. Without waiting for him to speak, the city guard respectfully saluted and said, "Greetings, Senior. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Well, I don't understand," Xiao Hua asked. "I specially came to Haoming City to look for some body-refining cultivation methods in this auction, but there wasn't a single one in the entire auction. Haoming City's auction doesn't live up to its name." The city guard was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to ask him such a question. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, "Junior wants to ask Senior. Does Senior want this cultivation method for your future nephew?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "This cultivation method is what I want to use." Hee. Senior must be joking with Junior. A smile appeared on the city guard's face as he said, "Senior is now in the Foundation establishment realm, and the Jindan Dao is right in front of you. As long as you cultivate according to this cultivation method, you won't be far from the Jindan Dao, and even the nascent soul realm is in sight. Why are you looking for a body-refining path? If Senior is thinking for your future nephew, Junior might be able to believe it." Hee. Fellow Taoist really understands. Xiao Hua changed his mind and said with a smile, "Hee. Junior has seen a lot of things, that's all." The city guard was somewhat proud as he said, "Since it's a cultivation method used by aura-refining disciples, it naturally has to be found in the auction for aura-refining cultivators. Senior came to this auction for Foundation establishment cultivators, so it's natural for you to use a bamboo basket to draw water." Chapter 2066. Not necessarily. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Foundation building pills also appeared in the auction just now. Don't tell me foundation building pills aren't for aura-refining disciples? The city guard replied confidently, "Senior is a foundation building cultivator, so you must know the quality of foundation building pills and whether they can be used or not. But what about body-refining cultivation techniques? Do you know if they're suitable for your disciples? I'm afraid you're the only one who knows this kind of cultivation technique, right?" "Haha," Xiao Hua laughed. He clapped his hands and took out a few spirit stones, stuffed them into the city guard's hands, and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. I'm really bad." The city guard reached out his hand without leaving a trace and caught the spirit stones. Soon after, he whispered a few words to Xiao Hua through telepathy, making him beam with joy. Right at this moment, a figure rushed out of the auction very quickly. She looked all around with a somewhat anxious expression on her face. It was the strong but thin female cultivator from just now. Xiao Hua had already regained his original appearance. Whether it was his face or figure, he had already changed. Only his Taoist robe hadn't been changed. The female cultivator first saw Xiao Hua's Taoist robe. Her happy expression only flashed for a moment before it was replaced by heavy disappointment. "City guard, have you seen?" The female cultivator shouted at the city guard and described Xiao Hua's disguised appearance. "Senior, please no." The city guard was still respectful. Junior has never seen a senior with this kind of appearance. "Oh," the female cultivator nodded and asked Xiao Hua somewhat unwillingly, "Has fellow Taoist seen him before?" That cultivator wore the same Taoist robe as fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a smile, I haven't seen him either. However, is there something fellow Taoist didn't say inside? How did you find him outside? Alas, the female cultivator sighed and said reluctantly, I have some matters to attend to. Right at this moment, a voice said, Chow, is that guy here? Brother Ming, that cultivator disappeared a long time ago. The female cultivator called Chow turned her head in disappointment. It's all Chow fault for acting on my own and provoking a senior from Haoming City. Alas. Xiaohua raised his head to look. A tall and sturdy man who was half a head taller than him slowly walked over. This cultivator was dressed strangely. His arms and legs were exposed, and his skin was covered with black hair. He was like a thick pillar. Ah, a middle foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua's eyes flashed and he looked at the female cultivator. This female cultivator doesn't seem to be a good person. I don't know what she's planning. As a result, Xiaohua dispelled the idea of continuing to collude with Chow. He turned around and flew towards the residence of the aura refining cultivators. Forget it, Chow. Since we can't find it, then forget it. The male cultivator smiled and said, There are so many demonic artifacts. You can just find another one and try to repair it. Why do you only want that one? Sigh, Brother Ming, you don't know, Chow said as she flew. That demonic device has an extraordinary origin, and Chow learned about it from the ancient records in her clan. If it wasn't for the fact that there was something special inside the demonic spear, Chow wouldn't have been able to imagine it. How did a weapon that was recorded in ancient times fall into the hands of the demon realm? Furthermore, it has become a demonic artifact. So that's how it is. That male cultivator suddenly understood and smiled apologetically. How would I know about these things? Only a skilled craftsman like Chow in the clan can look up the ancient records in the clan. Sigh, let's go. Chow sighed and said, Not only did we not get that demonic spear, but we also lost some spirit stones. In this way, there are some things that can't be exchanged. I understand now. That male cultivator slapped his forehead and said, Brother Ming, what did you think of? Chow asked curiously. The male cultivator said naively, Since that guy snatched the demonic spear's tail from you, then he might have seen something. Maybe he also has the same broken spear as you. Chow was speechless. Her thoughts were naturally the same as Xiaohua's. She also thought of the other party's situation, which was why she was determined to find Xiaohua. Let's go, Brother Ming. Let's go to the shops in Haoming City and see if there's anything that can be exchanged. Chow said indifferently. A moment after Xiaohua and the others left, Yan Yu flew over and very familiarly walked in front of the city guard. He quietly stuffed a few spirit stones into the guard's hand and whispered a few words. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the city guard's face, but after thinking for a moment, he answered with a smile. Hearing this, Yan Yu's face showed a satisfied expression. Soon after, he handed over a few more spirit stones. Xiaohua flew into the area where the aura refining cultivators lived. Without waiting for the city guard to come over, just like before, several aura refining cultivators came over to strike up a conversation. Xiaohua smiled and said, I want to go to Yutian Paradise. Who among you knows? Sure enough, a seemingly quick-witted aura refining cultivator quickly raised his hand and said, Senior, this junior knows. And good you take I there. Senior, please. After saying that aura refining cultivator led the way and flew up first. After flying for several breaths, that aura refining cultivator asked cautiously, Senior, what do you always want to go to Yutian Paradise to look for? Xiaohua smiled and said, Are you very familiar with Yutian Paradise? Hearing Xiaohua's response, a smile appeared on that cultivator's face and he answered, Yutian Paradise is specially set up by Haoming City for us aura refining cultivators. It's for our convenience. Soon after he explained in detail, Senior, you must also know that Haoming City holds auctions of different scales every 5 years, every 10 years, and even every 100 years. However, we aura refining cultivators have a rather urgent need for medicinal pills, yellow talismans, spiritual plants, and so on. We can't compare to seniors who have a long lifespan, so we can wait. However, if it's an ordinary shop, it's difficult to distinguish the quality and authenticity of these things. It's even possible that we'll be targeted by bystanders, which could lead to disaster. Therefore, Haoming City opened this Yutian paradise in the residences of aura refining cultivators. It specializes in purchasing medicinal pills, spiritual plants, and even cultivation methods from aura refining cultivators and reselling them to aura refining cultivators who need them. To be honest, this Yutian paradise is a shop exclusively run by Haoming City. Junior. Hee, I don't go there often. The prices of the things there are quite high, and Junior often doesn't have enough spirit stones. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more about the details of Yutian paradise, but after hearing that this cultivator didn't go there often, he knew that even if he asked, it would only be hearsay. He might as well go there himself, so he didn't ask any more. On the contrary, Xiaohua no longer asked about the cultivator. He was a little anxious and racked his brains to talk about some interesting things he heard. However, Xiaohua didn't find these useful. After all, Xiaohua was passing by Haoming City, and what that cultivator said wasn't what he wanted to know at all. By the way, do you know the rock border sect of the Lian state? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, are there any disciples of their sect in Haoming City? Well, the cultivator looked awkward and smiled apologetically. Senior, I seem to have heard of this cultivation sect, but I've never heard of any of their disciples traveling in Haoming City. Xiaohua didn't comment. Senior, this is Yutian paradise. The aura refining cultivator stopped in midair, pointed at a rather large immortal's cave in front of them, and smiled apologetically. Junior, won't accompany Senior inside. Please forgive me. Seeing that the immortal's cave was guarded by Haoming City's city guards and that there were many cultivators going in and out, including both aura refining and foundation building cultivators, Xiaohua nodded and said, thank you for your trouble. After saying that, he flew towards the immortal's cave, ignoring the cultivator. Senior. That cultivator was a little anxious, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand, causing several spirit stones to fly towards the cultivator. Thank you, Senior. The regret in the cultivator's eyes turned into surprise. He quickly took the spirit stones and bowed to express his gratitude. When Xiaohua landed in front of Yutian paradise, he saw the city guard quickly salute him. Several aura refining cultivators going in and out also stopped and respectfully invited Xiaohua to enter. Xiaohua was different from the other foundation building cultivators who held their heads high. He nodded slightly at those cultivators and city guards before quickly walking in. Oh, it's so big. You're really considerate. Xiaohua entered the immortal's cave and saw that the huge immortal's cave was divided into several floors. There were many steps on the stone walls leading to different heights, and there were similar shops lined up at each height. Apart from the shops, there were no shop assistants to welcome customers. Everything was the same as the shops Xiaohua had seen before. Senior, what are you looking for? A cultivator wearing a brand new robe stepped forward and asked respectfully. Junior is Haoming City's city guard. I'm here to guide Senior and fellow Taoists in this immortal's cave. Oh, I want to see aura refining cultivation methods. Where are they? Xiaohua knew that the things here had all been appraised by Haoming City's consecrators, so the possibility of him encountering rare things wasn't high. Therefore, he went straight to the point and asked. The city guard didn't find it strange and said with a smile, Senior, please go to the 4th floor. There are cultivation methods required by aura refining cultivators there. I hope Senior will be satisfied. Do you need Junior to take you there? Is there really even cultivation methods for aura refining? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He naturally thought of his predicament back then when he didn't have any cultivation methods. Then he shook his head and said, No need, I will go there myself. Senior, please. The city guard smiled and pointed in the direction to the 4th floor. Xiaohua was full of curiosity when he went up to the 4th floor. He randomly found a shop and went in. Senior, what kind of cultivation methods do you need? The person who greeted him was still the same city guard in the same robe. Xiaohua didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up and sized up this shop. He saw that this shop was an oval-shaped space that was more than 100 feet in size. It was divided into dozens of partitions, and each partition had a city guard standing straight as if they were responsible for their own duties. Xiaohua was standing inside the shop, facing a crescent-shaped table with several balls of different colors on it. The city guard who greeted him was standing in front of these balls. What kind of cultivation methods do you have here? Xiaohua asked in return. He was indeed very curious about the cultivation methods he could buy here. Senior, please know. The cultivation methods in my Yutian paradise are roughly divided into 5 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Senior, please tell Junior what attribute Senior's nephew is, so that Junior can recommend different cultivation methods for Senior. The city guard was still very respectful. Yes, my nephew is of the earth attribute. Xueqi replied. Chapter 2067. Hee, earth attribute cultivation methods are the most abundant. Senior, please. The city guard led Xueqi to a partition and clapped his hand. A brilliant light flashed on the table inside the partition, and a jade slip appeared. The city guard picked it up, handed it to Xueqi, and said, Senior, please take a look. Which one do you need? Xueqi took the jade slip and saw that it wasn't a cultivation method, but the names of various cultivation methods. There were actually thousands of them. Hiss! Xueqi sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen many aura refining cultivation methods in the Imperial Thunder Sect, but that was the Imperial Thunder Sect, a famous cultivation sect in the state of Xi. Moreover, those aura refining cultivation methods weren't passed on to outsiders and could only be cultivated by the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This Haoming city actually put thousands of aura refining cultivation methods for sale here, which really shocked Xueqi. But then, Xueqi's heart was moved again, and he asked with a smile, What's the highest level of cultivation method in here? Sure enough, as Xueqi expected, the city guard answered, At most, the 4th level of the aura refining realm. Does Senior want to take a look? How many spirit stones do you need? Xueqi asked calmly. The city guard rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Since Senior came to buy, then you must have a heart. Junior won't be polite and will give Senior the most practical price. As he said that, he whispered to Xueqi and told him a number that made Xueqi dumbfounded. So high. Xueqi pretended to exaggerate. This number. I can bid for a damaged magic weapon. Hee. The city guard wasn't nervous at all and said with a smile, Senior must be joking with Junior. How could a damaged magic weapon have such a price? Moreover, this is a cultivation method. As long as Senior's nephew has the aptitude, he can immediately step into the ranks of cultivators and be able to do whatever he wants in the Dawn Rain continent like Senior. Xueqi didn't express his opinion. Such a price for a cultivation method was reasonable. Just as the city guard said, this was a cultivation method, which was very rare. Since he could buy it with spirit stones, wouldn't it be much more convenient than looking for it like a headless fly? Are there any higher-level techniques? Xueqi frowned. The city guard hesitated for a moment before he smiled apologetically and said, I'll let you know, Senior. The Jade Field Grotto Heaven in Haoming City only has this kind of cultivation technique. As for higher-level cultivation techniques, you'll have to look for them elsewhere. Xueqi nodded. Just as he was about to ask if there were any body refining and bone tempering techniques, a voice came from behind him. Fellow Taoist. May I ask, is this the place to collect cultivation techniques? A timid voice sounded out, I have here an unknown body refining cultivation method. I don't know. How many spirit stones can be produced here? Or perhaps you can exchange it for some other qi refining technique? Xueqi was slightly taken aback. When he turned his head to look, he saw a short qi refining cultivator with a slightly pale face standing at the entrance of the shop. The cultivator was around the 4th layer of the qi refining realm. His eyes darted around and his expression was somewhat flustered, as if he was very shy. Senior. The city guard accompanying Xueqi whispered, but Xueqi waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't speak. The city guard had no choice but to accompany Xueqi, not daring to speak. Fellow Taoist. The city guard closest to the shop naturally walked over quickly and asked warmly, May I know where fellow Taoist's cultivation technique is? We'll have to ask the consecrator to come over and appraise it before we can give you a corresponding price to exchange for other cultivation techniques. The cultivator bit his lip and asked, It said that the Jade Field Grotto Heaven only has cultivation techniques up to the 4th layer of the qi refining realm. What I need is a cultivation technique that leads directly to the foundation building realm. May I know if the Jade Field Grotto Heaven has it? That depends on how good fellow Taoist's body refining technique is. The city guard smiled and said, "If it's rare, the consecrator will give a suggestion, and fellow Taoist's request will certainly be satisfied." "Where is fellow Taoist's cultivation technique?" "I just came here to ask." A trace of redness appeared on the cultivator's face. "If Haoming City can satisfy my request, I can bring the cultivation technique over for appraisal. And then I'll have to ask fellow Taoist to bring the body refining technique over first." The city guard wasn't impatient and just dealt with the cultivator patiently. "Oh, all right." The cultivator nodded slightly and turned around to leave without hesitation. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he nodded slightly at the city guard accompanying him before hastily chasing after the cultivator. Behind him, various expressions flashed through the eyes of the group of Haoming City's city guards. Some were regretful, some were resentful, and some were angry. However, sympathy was indeed sympathy. But none of them took any further action, even if it was something as trivial as raising their hands to remind the cultivator. Xiao Hua left the shop and unexpectedly didn't see the cultivator. Xiao Hua hastily released his divine sense and looked around. "Ha! That guy actually slipped away so quickly? It seems that it wasn't a trap." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought to himself pensively. He had just come to the Jade Field Grotto Heaven to look for a body refining technique, and an chi refining cultivator came to sell a similar cultivation technique. This couldn't help but arouse his suspicion. However, he didn't regret not being able to see the chi refining cultivator. After all, what he was looking for was a bone tempering technique. The body refining technique was just an excuse. "It seems that I can't have high hopes for this Jade Field Grotto Heaven." Xiao Hua had seen this shop before and knew that Haoming City was behind it. For chi refining cultivators, the Jade Field Grotto Heaven might be an excellent place, but for foundation building cultivators like him, it probably didn't have any real meaning. With that thought in mind, Xiao Hua glanced at the shop and walked towards the 5th floor. Just as he reached the 5th floor, he saw the thin and weak cultivator from before still in a hurry, as if he had ulterior motives. Oh, so he came to the 5th floor to inquire. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Just now, his divine sense was only focused on looking down, but he didn't expect the cultivator to actually go to the 5th floor. "Greetings, senior." The cultivator's divine sense swept past Xiao Hua and he promptly stood to the side respectfully, bowing and saluting as he waited for Xiao Hua to go first. Xiao Hua walked in front of the cultivator, stopped, and looked at the cultivator from head to toe. Under Xiao Hua's gaze, the cultivator was abnormally embarrassed. His hands slightly shrunk into his Taoist robe, and when his eyes met Xiao Hua's gaze, he felt as if he was being stabbed, and he hastily avoided it. "Say, senior." The cultivator timidly probed. "Is there something you need, senior?" This old man has something to ask you," Xiao Hua said amiably. "Senior." The cultivator gathered his courage and said, "Is there anything this junior can help you with?" "Oh, just now, this old man heard you mention a nameless body refining technique in the shop. Can you let this old man take a look?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This old man is looking for a body refining technique for my nephew. If this technique is suitable, this old man won't be stingy with any spirit stones." A trace of vigilance immediately appeared on the cultivator's face. His eyes moved up and down, sizing up Xiao Hua for a long time before he said in a low voice, "How many spirit stones can senior pay? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2068. Hee. As long as it's a suitable cultivation technique, I can definitely satisfy you. I can even give you a suitable chi refinement cultivation technique," Xiao Hua said with a smile. Seeing a trace of disappointment in the cultivator's eyes, Xiao Hua smiled and untied the storage pouch at his waist. He handed it to the cultivator and said, "Take a look. Are these spirit stones to your satisfaction?" The cultivator took the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. Joy and slight greed appeared in his eyes. The hand that was holding the storage pouch even shrank a few times. He said anxiously, "Of course. I'm satisfied." "That's good. Where's your cultivation technique? Let me take a look." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The cultivator smiled apologetically and said, "I do have a body refining cultivation technique, but, senior, do you think I can carry it with me in the storage pouch?" Xiao Hua frowned. He understood why the cultivator was just asking in the shop and didn't do anything. Forget it. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and reached out to take the storage pouch. At this moment, the cultivator stretched out the storage pouch and reluctantly shrank it back. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior, I left the cultivation technique outside Haoming City. If you're willing, can you follow me?" But at this point, the cultivator thought of something and his face turned a little pale. "What? You actually dare to ask me to follow you outside Haoming City?" Xiaohua looked at the cultivator with interest. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" The cultivator was indeed afraid and handed the storage pouch over. However, just as Xiaohua took the storage pouch, the cultivator shrank his hand again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, can you wait for me here? I'll give you the cultivation technique jade slip right away." Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the cultivator and pointed at the storage bag. "This old man can wait here, but you'll have to return the storage bag to this old man." "Forget it." The cultivator gritted his teeth, put the storage pouch in front of his eyes, and said, "I've always been very good at judging people. Senior has talked to me for so long, and you're not annoyed at all. Instead, you're very modest, so I trust you. You're definitely not the kind of senior who forgets righteousness for profit and bullies me at will." Xiaohua nodded slightly, retracted his hand, and said, "You can take the storage pouch, but this old man still wants to see your body refinement technique. If it's suitable, you can take these spirit stones. If it's not suitable, this old man will still take them back." "Yes, I understand. Junior will definitely satisfy Senior." That cultivator's face flushed red as he hurriedly said without thinking, "Let's go, lead the way." Xiaohua said, "Senior, please." The cultivator carefully put away the storage pouch, raised his hand, and led the way. The two of them left the Yutian cave and quickly left the mountain range. The cultivator stuck a flying talisman on his body and led the way in front. Xiaohua followed behind the cultivator at a moderate pace. Along the way, many cultivators saluted Xiaohua very respectfully with different expressions in their eyes. Obviously, they also had different guesses about the two of them. After leaving the mountain range of Haoming City, they arrived at the prosperous area surrounded by the mountain range. It was where all the cultivation sect shops and strongholds were located in Haoming City. At the same time, there were also many ordinary inns. Xiaohua originally thought that the aura refining cultivator would stay in an ordinary inn and that the body refining jade slip would also be placed in the inn. Unexpectedly, the aura refining cultivator flew straight through the largest prosperous area and headed straight out of Haoming City. "Ha!" Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged, but there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. At this moment, the cultivator turned around and smiled apologetically. "I just came to Haoming City a few days ago and missed the auction. Moreover, the spirit stones in my bag were really limited, so I couldn't bear to spend them on these inns. Therefore, I hid the jade slip and other important things outside the city." "And let's go." Xiaohua smiled. "If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid?" "Yes." A hint of panic flashed in the cultivator's eyes. He seemed to be afraid of Xiaohua, so he lowered his head and didn't say anything else. After leaving Haoming City, the cultivator kept heading west, which was different from the direction Xiaohua had entered Haoming City. The surrounding scenery was also very different. At first, there were lush vegetation, but soon, the mountain terrain became dangerous. The vegetation also withered, and the dead trees began to point toward the sky. "Senior, don't worry. I hid the storage bag in a mountain stream. We'll be there soon." The cultivator who had been silent finally spoke again. "Since you're afraid that the cultivation method will be robbed, you should find a safe place. Wouldn't it be easier for someone to take it away if you put it here?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "I feel that. You seem to have some bad intentions towards me." "Alas, Senior, you don't know. I'm an itinerant cultivator. I'm often robbed by other cultivators, so I have to be careful." The cultivator smiled bitterly. "According to my experience, it's much safer to put it here than to keep it on me." As they spoke, they had already crossed a foothill and saw a spacious place next to a gurgling stream. "Senior, please wait a moment." The cultivator turned around and smiled shyly. He pointed at his feet and said, "I hid the storage bag there. And go and get it." Xiaohua stopped in mid-air and said indifferently. The cultivator's figure slowly descended and approached the stream, but he wasn't in a hurry to land. Instead, He tilted his head slightly and peeked behind him from the corner of his eye. It didn't matter if the cultivator didn't look, but when he looked, he was stunned. There was no one at the place where Xueqi was. The cultivator was slightly stunned and quickly turned around to look. "I'm here." Xueqi's voice sounded above the cultivator's head. "Why are you looking for me instead of getting the storage bag?" The cultivator's face showed a trace of redness, and there was even a trace of panic. "Say, Senior." "Humph." Xueqi flicked his large sleeve, and a swift and fierce force was generated, covering the cultivator. "Senior, how can you go back on your word?" The cultivator sensed something was wrong and his figure unexpectedly flew up. He did his best to dodge while speaking in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Ha ha ha." Xueqi's figure followed the cultivator, neither too far nor too close. The force of the universe in the sleeve was also evenly distributed. He chuckled and said, "I just said I was looking for a body-tempering cultivation method, and you delivered yourself to my door. Moreover, I'm a foundation establishment cultivator, and you actually let me follow you without worry. Don't you think I'll be suspicious?" "Marshal Uncle Yen, quickly save this brat." When the cultivator heard this, he was really anxious. Seeing that he couldn't dodge Xueqi's magic power, he hurriedly shouted for help. Xueqi wore a cold smile, and his divine sense swept over the foothill and the stream surroundings. "Ha ha ha, Xueqi, as expected, you're exceptionally cunning. You even saw through my arrangements." With a loud laugh, a light flashed on a rock beside the foothill, and Yen Yu's figure flashed out. "However, since you've fallen into my trap, even if you've broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, how can you escape my wrath?" "What? You don't want this disciple's life anymore?" Xueqi's mouth had a smile that wasn't a smile. His hand tightened, and the cultivator was held in Xueqi's hand like a little chick. "Marshal Uncle Yen, quickly save this brat." The cultivator struggled with all his might, and said anxiously, "Senior, you promised that you absolutely wouldn't harm this brat's life." "Marshal Uncle Yen?" Xueqi asked indifferently. "I've never seen fellow Taoist Yen before, and I don't know when I've offended fellow Taoist Yen. You actually set up a formation here to deal with me?" Immediately, Xueqi's gaze swept over his surroundings again. "You can actually see through these 4 forbidden formations?" Yen Yu was somewhat astonished, but then he snorted coldly and said, "Even if you can see through the formation, what can you do? Heaven's net has a long arm, but nothing escapes. You killed my Yen clan's direct descendant back then, and now you've fallen into my hands. Do you still expect us foundation establishment cultivators to compare with the motley crew of the Heavenly Demon Sect?" "Yen clan? Heavenly Demon Sect?" Xueqi's expression changed. "You are." At this time, Yen Yu waved his hand and took out a triangular formation flag. With a light wave, the figures of Xuanyan School's Xie Ming, Qian Han and Liang Yu appeared on the other 4 sides of Xueqi, beside the foothills and the stream. "Oh, so it's fellow Taoist from Xuanyan School." Seeing Xie Ming and Qian Han, Xueqi came to a realization. "You're Yen Li, the direct descendant of Xuanyan School, right?" "That's right, it's me." A trace of malevolence flashed across Yen Yu's face. "You and that little girl from the Kai clan actually dared to scheme against my Yen clan's nephew. This old man's only blood relative actually died in your hands. If this old man doesn't kill you with his own hands, how can this old man's wrath be appeased?" "Humph, avenging a descendant of your blood relative?" Xueqi sneered. Looking at the cultivator in his hand, he asked, "You delivered a disciple of Xuanyan School to this Xiao. Is this disciple's life not worth his life? Only your Yen clan's disciple's life is precious? Moreover, do you think this Xiao doesn't know what your goal is?" "Ha ha." Yen Yu laughed heartily. "This disciple is a disciple of Xuanyan School. He needs this old man's help, so it's normal for this old man to make him do things. As for his life and death, it's in your hands. If you kill him, you'll be offending my Xuanyan School. This is different from killing my way." "Different?" Xueqi sneered at the aura-refining cultivator. "If you want to blame someone, blame your master for not caring about your life and death. Since you dared to get involved with this Xiao, don't think you'll be able to return alive. Senior, please spare." The aura-refining cultivator was extremely terrified, hastily begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Xueqi's hand still slightly exerted force. With a light crack, the cultivator's neck tilted, and he was crushed to death by Xueqi. Following a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, the corpse fell to the ground. Ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed heartily. Old dog Yan, are you satisfied now? Can you legitimately kill me, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Yan Yu's complexion slightly changed. He snorted coldly and said, That's right. You made a move to kill my Xuanyan School's aura refining disciple, using the strong to bully the weak. I am a foundation establishment cultivator of Xuanyan School. How can I not avenge my Xuanyan School's disciple? How can I not restore my Xuanyan School's face? In the future, even if this matter were to spread out, who would be able to say this old man's shortcomings? Chapter 2069. Yes, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled. But, do you think this matter can be spread? Ha ha ha, Yan Yu laughed. Yes, do you think this matter can be spread? As he spoke, Yan Yu's face revealed a sinister expression. He waved the formation flag in his hand, and a dozen faint spiritual energy fluctuations flashed, shooting towards Liang Yu and the other two. Then, 4 ripples of spiritual energy fluctuated with the 4 of them as the center, quickly controlling an area of several dozen feet around Xiao Hua. A powerful force pressed down on Xiao Hua from above. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Xiao Hua's body was also suppressed, as if it was frozen. It actually showed signs of solidifying. Ouch! Xiao Hua was shocked, his face slightly pale, and his figure fell down. Then, Xiao Hua seemed to be struggling, flying obliquely, wanting to fly in the direction of the stream. Ha ha ha, you still want to fly out of the 4 forbidden arrays? Yan Yu laughed sinisterly, waved the formation flag, and said, Senior brother Jie, come and help me. As Yan Yu waved the formation flag, Jie Ming's figure suddenly flew up, clapped his hand, and took out a small wooden dragon. Its shape was extremely similar to Jiang Zhuqing's. Go! Under the urging of Dan Hanming's magic power, that wooden dragon instantly transformed into a light that was the size of a small dragon. It slightly twisted in midair, and with a clear roar, it pounced towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was in a difficult situation at this time. His figure was unstable, and at the same time, he clapped his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out crookedly, and the bronze brilliance on it slightly bloomed. However, that scattered light was obviously suppressed by the 4 forbidden arrays, and it wasn't as bright as before. Following Xiao Hua's finger, the cloud-suppressing seal seemed to be moving against the water, extremely slowly, and smashed towards the wooden dragon. Pong! A clear sound rang out, and the wooden dragon hit the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal was slightly crooked, and was actually blocked to the side. The wooden dragon only paused for a moment, and a lively brilliance overflowed, hovering above the cloud-suppressing seal, entangling it. Then, under Jie Ming's control, it dragged the cloud-suppressing seal to the side. The cloud-suppressing seal, on the other hand, hummed softly, as if it was trying its best to break free from the wooden dragon's shackles and forcefully flew in the direction where Qian Han was standing. Humph! What Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who killed a cultivator of the same level as him? Seeing this situation, Yan Yu's heart calmed down, and he sneered. This old man spent an extremely large amount of spirit stones and spent an extremely great amount of effort to set up such a formation. Just the 4 of us Foundation Establishment cultivators are sufficient to kill this beast. Then, he waved the formation flag and shouted, Senior brother Qian, let's put in more effort and end the battle quickly. Don't create more trouble. Following the movement of Yan Yu's formation flag, the sealing power of the formation in front of Qian Han lessened. Qian Han clapped his hand and his magic tool, the jade flute, flew into the air. The jade flute was originally the size of a palm, but when it flew into the air, it became a few feet long. A series of woo-woo sounds came from the jade flute. The sound waves surrounded Xiao Hua's surroundings and rushed straight into his mind. Hiss! Xiao Hua originally looked like he was trying his best to support himself. As a result, his eyebrows furrowed even more. His 2 hands involuntarily rose up, as if he wanted to cover his ears. Stupid to the extreme. Qian Han sneered. His 10 fingers continuously moved, as if they were really touching the jade flute. Different sounds rose and fell one after another, truly like invisible arrows piercing into Xiao Hua's ears. At the same time, under Jie Ming's command, the wooden dragon dragged the cloud-suppressing seal down a few feet. It seemed to have lost Xiao Hua's control. It seems this old man doesn't need to make a move, Liang Yu said with a smile. Senior brother Jie Ming seems to be exaggerating. Jie Ming said with a smile, that day, I saw that this guy's magic power wasn't bad. Although he's only at the peak of the qi refining realm, there are some areas where he's not inferior to Foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps it's because junior brother Yan's 4 forbidden formations are powerful. Senior brothers, quickly kill him. Yan Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, and he reminded, don't change things halfway. Even more, we can't let this guy escape. Okay, as junior brother Yan wishes. Jie Ming and Qian Han both smiled. Rubbing their hands together, their magic power surged into the 2 magic tools. Not only did the wooden dragon radiate brilliance, wanting to swallow the cloud-suppressing seal into its stomach, but the jade flute once again expanded by 30%. That mournful sound was even more ear-piercing. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that Xiao Hua would not be as flustered as Yan Yu imagined? Instead, he let out a long laugh, and his previous embarrassment was completely swept away. Following Xiao Hua's laughter, Xiao Hua waved his 2 hands, and the 2 sleeves above his Taoist robe, along with his 2 hands, separately struck towards Jie Ming and Qian Han who were already close to him. Moreover, from Xiao Hua's body, an aura that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted along with the surge of magic power. The power of the 4 forbidden formations was unexpectedly unable to suppress this aura, and a backlash force followed the formation and rushed towards the formation flag in Yan Yu's hand. Jie Ming and Qian Han were greatly alarmed. They intuitively felt a confinement force coming from all over their bodies. That confinement also contained a strong suction force. Not only were their bodies heavy and unable to move at will, even the true essence in their meridians was being controlled by that suction force. What kind of magic is this? While the 2 were shocked, they hastily activated the yellow talismans protecting their bodies, but they saw brilliance overflowing from their bodies. The protective magic did its utmost to resist Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve technique. Jie Ming and Qian Han were shocked, but as the formation master of the 4 forbidden formations, Yan Yu was even more shocked. He was very clear in his heart that Xiao Hua's method of resisting the formation's confinement was more than a level higher than his. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to trigger the formation's backlash. This guy. Yan Yu's eyes widened, and his divine sense also locked onto Xiao Hua. The magic power in his hand surged out even more, trying to control the formation flag with all his might. No, Xiao Hua is definitely not an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The more he tried to control the formation flag, the more the powerful counterforce wanted to snatch the formation flag from his hands. This made Yan Yu even more shocked. Go! Yan Yu slapped his forehead, and the pressure of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator pressed down like a mountain. Within the 4 forbidden formations, only his pressure could be used normally. Middle-stage Foundation establishment? And at this time, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly accelerated, charging towards Jie Ming like lightning. Xiao Hua no longer concealed his cultivation base, and his mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivation base was revealed. Moreover, when he saw Yan Yu release his pressure, he also released his own without hesitation. Seeing Xiao Hua actually release his pressure within the 4 forbidden formations, Yan Yu cried out in surprise, but he was even more puzzled. Unless Xiao Hua had the cultivation base of a golden core cultivator, how could he so easily break free from the formation's control? But everything that happened before his eyes made him even more puzzled. He saw Xiao Hua's figure pouncing towards Jie Ming, and his flying speed didn't seem to be restricted by the formation. As Xiao Hua waved his left hand, a thunderpalm that was several feet long struck Jie Ming's body. Bursts of lightning flashed, and Jie Ming's defense was almost completely destroyed. And only at this time did Jie Ming react. He hastily formed a seal, and the same thunderpalm also struck towards Xiao Hua. Chapter 2070. But Xiao Hua didn't seem to care about this. With a slight step, his figure flashed in midair, and an afterimage appeared. He actually circled to Jie Ming's side, and just as he left, Qian Han's great confinement technique also attacked. It just happened to be dodged by him. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually dodged the great confinement technique out of thin air, Qian Han's eyes narrowed, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Unfortunately, before he could think of anything else, a pair of pitch-black devil hammers also appeared out of thin air, and like shooting stars, they struck Jie Ming's shoulders. With a loud pop sound, the light around Jie Ming's body dimmed, and all the protective light was broken. Immediately after, there was a kachub sound, and the second hammer followed closely, smashing Jie Ming's shoulders until they caved in. Jie Ming screamed miserably, and his figure fell from midair, dead. How is this possible? Qian Han almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. A middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator was actually smashed to death by another middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator using a devil weapon. This was a legend that only existed in the demon-resisting valley. However, without waiting for him to rub his eyes, the pitch-black devil hammers were actually thrown out by Xiaohua again, and in Qian Han's eyes, they became bigger and bigger, and were precisely aimed at himself. Junior Marshal Brother Yen, save me. Qian Han suddenly felt a burst of coldness in his heart. Even Jie Ming couldn't dodge. How could he possibly escape? At this time, Yan Yu also seemed to have awakened from a dream, and hurriedly waved the already somewhat uncontrollable array flag. Liang Yu, who had long been eager to give it a try, or perhaps he was scared out of his wits, hastily clapped his hands, and a five-colored brilliance flashed, and a fierce chi was born from his hands. A magic weapon that looked like half a pair of scissors was raised in midair by Liang Yu. Qian Han felt a chill like cutting his face, and his heart unconsciously relaxed, knowing that Liang Yu had an extremely powerful magic weapon in his hands. But his heart relaxed, and he also saw the devil hammers flying in front of his eyes suddenly change direction and fly towards Liang Yu's magic weapon. But an even more dangerous feeling was born. Because Xiaohua's devil hammers went, but Xiaohua's figure flew several times faster than the devil hammers in front of him. Xiaohua's smiling face was so magnified, so clear. Even Xiaohua's lightly waving hand was incomparably clear in Qian Han's eyes. True Samadhi fire? But seeing that within the pale green color of Xiaohua's hand was a wisp of crimson true Samadhi fire, Qian Han did not know whether to rejoice or grieve in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaohua would quickly wipe his own body and immediately chase after the devil hammer and attack Liang Yu. He could only naturally cry out in alarm. The seemingly weak true Samadhi fire suddenly burned fiercely, instantly igniting the restrictions around him. It was as if all the restrictions and spiritual chi of heaven and earth were helping the true Samadhi fire to burn. Ah! Qian Han screamed in agony as he followed in Jie Ming's footsteps. The true Samadhi fire seemed to have burned through his heart and lungs. His talismans and other items were like paper. Seeing Xiaohua advance instead of retreating and kill Jie Ming Jing and Qian Han with extreme ease, Yan Yu and Liang Yu were greatly shocked in their hearts when they saw that Xiaohua's previous fear and panic were just a cover-up. Especially Yan Yu. He was the master of the Four Gates restrictive spell formation. From the backlash of the formation flags, he already knew that Xiaohua's cultivation and magic power had long exceeded his expectations. The rumors he heard that Xiaohua killed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were definitely not hearsay. Fortunately, he laid down the formation in advance, otherwise the 4 of them would have already died in Xiaohua's hands. And at this time, Liang Yu's flying scissors had already been released. The flying scissors were in the shape of a flood dragon, the head of the dragon coiled around the handle of the scissors, the body of the dragon as the scissors. The flying scissors were in the air, just like a flood dragon swinging its tail. Although Liang Yu was afraid, he was also in the formation, so it was difficult for him to sheath his blade. But Liang Yu braced himself and urged his magic power. The flying scissors shone brightly and chopped down towards Xiaohua's head. Hiss! Feeling the coldness of the flying scissors and the sharpness of the magic treasure flying scissors. How could Xiaohua not know the power of this magic treasure? Sucking in a breath of cold air, he pointed his finger at the cloud-suppressing seal. At this time, the cloud-suppressing seal also released a brilliant brilliance. Several clouds flew out from the cloud-suppressing seal and quickly blocked above Xiaohua's head. Swish swish swish. Several light sounds rang out in succession. The flying scissors cut through the clouds like a sickle harvesting wheat, easily cutting through the clouds. The cloud-suppressing seal hacked down. Withdraw, seeing the power of the flying scissors. How could Xiaohua dare to let the cloud-suppressing seal touch it? With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal quickly flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's other hand brushed, and the devil hammer was taken out again to meet the flying scissors. With a sharp screeching sound, the flying scissors slashed across the devil hammer. Under Xiaohua's tremendous strength, the scissors were sent flying into the air. Xiaohua's eyes swept over the devil hammer, and he couldn't help but be shocked. A faint scar had actually appeared on the devil hammer. Good, what magic treasure is this? Xiao Hua's eyes swept over the flying scissors that made a slight turn in the air and flew towards him again, and he thought to himself. In the distance, Yan Yu was originally afraid and wanted to escape. But seeing how powerful Liang Yu's magic treasure was, he hesitated in his heart. With a pu, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the array flag in his hand. The array flag that was not easy to control immediately stabilized, and a trace of blood-red light was emitted from the array flag. Fight! Yan Yu waved the array flag again, as if the array flag was extremely heavy. And following the wave of the array flag, a great force appeared out of nowhere around Xiao Hua, as if it wanted to crush Xiao Hua. Not only that, after Yan Yu strengthened the 4 forbidden formations, he slapped his hand, and a fist-sized pill furnace flew out from his storage pouch. Yan Yu opened his mouth again, and a wisp of flame flew out from his mouth. The flame flashed and flew into the pill furnace. The pill furnace suddenly expanded, and a scarlet flame shot out from the pill furnace. Go! Yan Yu's divine sense swept out, and he saw Liang Yu's flying scissors chopping towards Xiao Hua again. He also pointed his finger at the pill furnace, and he chanted an incantation. A palm-sized fiery swallow flew out from the pill furnace, and rushed towards Xiao Hua's back. That fiery swallow's temperature was extremely high, and the surrounding air was burned to the point of collapse. From the looks of it, it was absolutely not inferior to the true Samadhi fire. Xiao Hua saw that Yan Yu and Liang Yu did not escape, and he was overjoyed in his heart. At the same time that he held the devil hammer in his left hand to block the flying scissors, he waved his right hand, and the yang leaf fan appeared. Gathering his magic power, he waved it, and a crimson dragon rushed towards Yan Yu's fiery swallow. Ah! Seeing the crimson dragon rushing towards the fiery swallow, and easily swallowing the fiery swallow, Yan Yu could not help but be stunned. If there was no formation, he might have thought that Xiao Hua's magic treasure was powerful, but this was a formation. If Xiao Hua did not have magic power that was several levels higher than his, it was impossible for him to have such an absolute advantage. Go! Yan Yu changed his mind, and his previous obsession with revenge had now turned into nothingness. He waved his hand, wanting to take back the pill furnace, and at the same time, he quickly set up the formation flags, and one restriction after another struck towards Xiao Hua, while he himself urged his flying technique, ignoring Liang Yu, and prepared to escape by himself. But at this moment, Yan Yu felt a sudden pain in his mud pill palace, as if he had been pierced by a flying sword. Ah! Yan Yu screamed in pain. The dermic powers in his body were withdrawn, and his body fell from mid-air. However, this piercing pain only lasted for an instant. When the pain subsided, Yan Yu stabilized his body in mid-air. Before he could realize what was going on, Xiao Hua's figure once again abruptly sped up. With lightning speed, he pounced in front of Yan Yu. That massive devil hammer smashed towards Yan Yu like a mountain. Feeling the incomparable suffocation of the demonic hammer smashing down, Yan Yu was a little flustered. He waved the formation flags in his hand again, and the power of the formation rose sharply, wanting to block the demonic hammer's path. However, at the critical moment, another stabbing pain appeared in his divine sense. Yan Yu's magic power stagnated, and he could not wave the formation flags. With a muffled sound, the demonic hammer smashed down, easily hitting Yan Yu's forehead. The brilliance around Yan Yu's body flickered, and then it was annihilated. Despair appeared in Yan Yu's eyes from the stabbing pain. Before he could scream, his head was smashed into pieces, and his entire corpse fell from midair. With Yan Yu's death, the 4 forbidden formations immediately lost their effectiveness. Liang Yu did not say anything, turned around, and flew in the direction of Haoming City, and even ignored the flying scissors that were flying towards Xiao Hua. How could Xiao Hua let Liang Yu go? His figure flew again, and his speed was several times faster than Liang Yu's. Without waiting for Liang Yu to fly more than 300 meters, Xiao Hua had already caught up to him. Xiao Hua rubbed his hands together, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Liang Yu began to condense, and his magic power was also imprisoned. Senior Xiao, please spare my life. Liang Yu urged his magic power several times, wanting to cast a spell, but Xiao Hua's powerful earth condensation technique did not allow him to urge his true essence at all. Liang Yu immediately understood that Xiao Hua's cultivation was definitely not something he could compare to, and he immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. In your next life. Xiao Hua sneered. He waved the yang leaf fan in his hand again, and a fire dragon also flew out, howling as it drowned Liang Yu. Ah! The bone-piercing pain caused Liang Yu to have no choice but to scream. His figure fell from midair, and in just a dozen breaths of time, he was burned until there was not a trace of him left. Humph, Xiaohua snorted coldly. He was not in a hurry to take the storage pouch. Instead, he waved his hand, and the half-flying scissors floating in midair fell into his hand. At this time, the flying scissors had lost their brilliance, but the sharp blade still flashed with a cold light. My goodness, what kind of magic weapon is this? It's actually so sharp? Xiaohua praised inwardly. With a wave of his hand, Liang Yu's storage pouch flew over. But just as Xiaohua took the intact storage pouch in his hand and wanted to check it, a divine sense swept over from afar, and then a slightly dignified voice sounded. Which fellow Taoist is rashly making a rash move here? Are you not taking the warning of my Haoming city seriously? Xiaohua was shocked. His divine sense quickly swept over, and when he saw who it was, his expression changed several times. His hand was dissatisfied, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of true samadhi fire flew out, landing on the corpses of Yan Yu, Jie Ming, and the others that were not destroyed in time. Then his face was as calm as water. With another wave of his hand, Yan Yu and Jie Ming's storage pouches were also taken by him, and slowly flew into Xiaohua's hand. Chapter 2071. Xiaohua coldly stood in the air. The 4 storage bags flew in front of him, and the magic tool that looked like half a pair of scissors was also covered by his sleeve. He very calmly looked in the direction of where his divine sense had come from. A moment later, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator dressed in armor flew over with several Foundation Establishment and Aura Refining cultivators. This cultivator had clear facial features and looked rather Taoist. It was Haoming City's city guard captain, Yu Chen. Xiaohua actually recognized one of the city guards he led. It was the Aura Refining cultivator he met outside Haoming City, Lu Cheng. At this time, an Aura Refining city guard could actually follow behind Yu Chen. Obviously, the auspicious lightstone played a big role. When Lu Cheng saw Xiaohua in front of him, his face also showed surprise. Compared to Lu Cheng's surprise, Yu Chen's shock was even more obvious. However, although Yu Chen's heart was overwhelmed with shock, his face was still calm. His figure only stopped when he was 10 feet away from Xiaohua. After a slight hesitation, he looked at the few balls of samadhi true fire that had already burned out and narrowed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. When he looked at Xiaohua again, his eyes moved and swept over Yu Chen and the others. He calmly took the storage pouches one by one and tied them to his waist in succession, as if the others weren't in front of him. However, when he pointed at the formation token next to Yan Yu's disappeared corpse and slowly flew up, Yu Chen said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't you plan to give this old man an explanation?" Hee. Xiaohua laughed and looked at the formation token. He said, "Although Captain Yu came late, you also saw the end. Do you need me to explain?" Yu Chen frowned slightly and said coldly, "This old man saw you kill other cultivators and didn't put the rules of my Haoming city in your eyes. That's why I asked. If it weren't for the fact that you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect and have met this old man once, this old man would have already taken you down." As he spoke, the formation plate had already flown into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua looked at it, then put it into his storage bag. He then scanned it with his divine will. His gaze once again looked several dozen feet away. The 5 fingers on his right hand slightly curled and grabbed at several spots in the void. Several formation plates flew out from the cliff and the stream and landed in Xiaohua's hand. "Captain Yu, do you know what kind of array this is?" Xiaohua shook the array disc in his hand and asked with a smile. When Yu Chen flew over, he had already sensed the traces of the 4 gate forbidden arrays, so he didn't dare to casually approach Xiaohua. At this moment, when he saw Xiaohua openly take out the array discs, his expression changed slightly. Hearing Xiaohua's question, he pondered for a moment and shook his head. "This old man doesn't know how to set up arrays, so I don't know what kind of array this is." Xiaohua's heart settled. With a wave of his hand, he put the disc array into his storage bag and said with a smile, "At this point, do you still need me to explain?" "Of course, fellow Taoist Xiao has to explain." Yu Chen laughed and clapped his hand. The pressure of a late Foundation Establishment stage was released and pressed down on Xiaohua from above. Otherwise, how can this old man, however, before he could finish speaking, He saw Xiao Hua's face turn cold. He clapped his hand and released the pressure of a mid-foundation establishment stage without hesitation. At the same time, he waved his other hand and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out of space. It made a buzzing sound in the air and a bronze light shot out like a sharp sword, quickly flying above Yu Chen and the others. "How dare you?" Yu Chen didn't say anything. A mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator behind him angrily shouted and flew up, about to release his pressure. Wait, at this moment, out of everyone's expectations, when Yu Chen's pressure met Xiao Hua's, he immediately withdrew it. He shouted in a low voice and stopped the city guard's action. Yes, that city guard didn't dare to disobey and hurriedly bowed. However, his figure flew several feet and faced Xiao Hua, as if he wanted to surround him. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Yu Chen withdrew his pressure, narrowed his eyes, and said, "My Haoming City has always handled matters fairly. Although all cultivators are prohibited from killing each other within Haoming City's sphere of influence, the grudges between ordinary cultivators won't be forcibly stopped. Especially for fellow Taoist Xiao." In this old man's opinion, fellow Taoist Xiao must have been ganged up on by many people. Moreover, fellow Taoist Xiao's magic power is outstanding. Instead, he killed 4 people in a formation. My Haoming City absolutely won't hold fellow Taoist Xiao responsible for this kind of matter. Seeing that Yu Chen didn't ask clearly and pushed the cause of everything to the 4 cultivators he didn't see and cleared Xiao Hua's responsibility, Xiao Hua frowned slightly and said inwardly, "Could it be that this Yu Chen is doing this for the sake of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain? Or is it because of my identity as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" But he didn't seem to be like this just now. However, since Yu Chen said so, Xiao Hua naturally pushed the boat with the current. Xiao Hua pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew back with a wang-wang sound. Xiao Hua caught it with his hand and nodded, saying, "Just as Captain Yu said, these 4 people don't know me at all. They actually set up an ambush here and wanted to take my life. I also know the rules of Haoming City, but my life was on the line, so I had no choice but to take action. If I have offended Haoming City in any way, please forgive me, Captain Yu." Hee, this old man knew it. Yu Chen laughed. The Imperial Thunder Sect is a famous sect. How could it go against my Haoming City? It must be someone else who schemed against fellow Taoist Xiao. This old man asked again and again just now, and this is the reason. Well, since Captain Yu has already asked clearly, can I leave now? Can this Xiao leave now? Xiao Hua didn't want to say another word to Yu Chen, so he went straight to the point. Of course, Yu Chen said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Xiao didn't violate the rules of my Haoming City, this old man has no right to keep fellow Taoist Xiao here. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and waved his hand. A few true samadhi fire flew out and burned the corpses of Yan Yu and the others. Then, he rose into the air and was about to fly in the direction of Haoming City. Fellow Taoist Xiao. At this time, Yu Chen spoke again. What? Captain Yu, is there anything else? Xiao Hua's figure froze, but no expression could be seen on his face. Nothing. Yu Chen said with a smile, if fellow Taoist Xiao needs anything, you can send a message to me at any time. I believe I can still help fellow Taoist Xiao in Haoming City. Xiao Hua saw that Yu Chen actually gave him a gentle attitude and was slightly stunned. He pondered for a while and cupped his hands, saying, I know. If there's anything, I'll definitely ask Captain Yu for help. Please. Yu Chen stretched out his hand and motioned for Xiao Hua to go first. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony and turned and flew away. Chapter 2072. When Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the middle stage Foundation Establishment City Guard opened his mouth and said, Captain Yu, why did you let Xiao Hua go just like that? He had killed 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators in this place. If the masters of these 4 cultivators come, what will happen to our Haoming City? Yu Chen coldly glanced at the city guard and asked, How do you know there were 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators? A trace of pride flashed in the city guard's eyes, and he said with a smile, if there were 4 Qi refinement cultivators, how could Xiao Hua set up a formation to kill them? It must be because he couldn't defeat them, so he thought of using a formation. Captain, didn't you see him easily take out the formation plate and other things? Yang Ming, Yu Chen sighed and said, Your cultivation is good, and you have some brains, but do you know why you've always been under Shang Qinghe? That's because Shang Qinghe has the talent to flatter. Not because of me. Yang Ming blurted out. Obviously, he already had resentment in his heart. If Shang Qinghe was here, he definitely wouldn't question this old man's decision. Yu Chen sneered and waved his hand. Let's go. We'll return to the city. But Yang Ming glanced at several places that were burned by Xiao Hua and hesitated to speak. None of you saw what happened today. If this old man sees it and divulges it, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Yu Chen said coldly. This old man doesn't dare. Everyone was terrified and bowed. Also, this place. No one is to check it out. After 10 days, come back and inspect it. Yu Chen's gaze swept across the valley, and he gave another order and flew up. Yu Chen and the others disappeared. After a long time, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly appeared on the foothills of a mountain. He looked in the direction of Haoming City and said to himself, This Yu Chen. What's going on? Why is he so partial to this young master? What is he afraid of? This young master really doesn't understand. Immediately, Xiao Hua flew to the place where he killed Yan Yu and carefully looked for a long time. He didn't find any flaws, so he flew away again. In the distance, Yang Ming was carefully accompanying Yu Chen, quietly listening to Yu Chen's reprimand. Although I didn't know that it was Xiao Hua who set the trap to kill the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, Elder Yu. Yang Ming whispered, It seems. I can't tell that there are 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Perhaps there were aura refining disciples as well? Or perhaps there is only 1 Foundation Establishment disciple. Yu Chen glanced at Yang Ming and smiled. How do you know there are 4 cultivators? Or perhaps 5 or 6 cultivators? That can't be. Xiao Hua only has 4 storage bags in his hands. It should be 4 cultivators. Yang Ming replied without hesitation. Since you know that there are 4 storage bags, didn't you notice the quality of the 4 storage bags? Yu Chen said with a smile. This. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. How could he notice so many details? It's easy to be a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator, as long as you have enough cultivation. Yu Chen sighed and said, But if you want to be a Haoming City city guard captain, you have to have enough cultivation and not know how to observe details. You don't know how to observe people's expressions. You don't know how to, alas, left and right. There are many things you need to know. Yu Chen waved his hand. Although I can't carefully examine the quality of these 4 storage bags, I can see that they are definitely not aura refining cultivators. Therefore, the owners of these 4 storage bags must be Foundation Establishment cultivators. And I understand. Yang Ming's face showed a look of admiration. Moreover, think about it. If Xiao Hua used a formation to set up an ambush and wanted to kill 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, do you think these 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators would be Foundation Establishment early stage? Yu Chen said again, Don't forget, Xiao Hua just came into contact with this old man's spiritual pressure. His spiritual pressure was beyond this old man's expectations. It was actually Foundation Establishment middle stage. Foundation Establishment middle stage? Yang Ming was shocked. This Xiao Hua actually knows how to conceal his cultivation? This old man only saw that his cultivation was Foundation Establishment early stage. This should be a secret cultivation concealment technique passed down in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Yu Chen's eyes flickered, and he said, A Foundation Establishment middle stage used a formation to set up an ambush. Among the 4 cultivators with similar cultivation, 2 of them should be Foundation Establishment middle stage. Even 4 of them should be Foundation Establishment middle stage. With the strength of 1 person and the power of a formation, he actually killed 4 Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivators. Yang Ming was shocked. This Xiao Hua's strength. Isn't it comparable to the edge of Foundation Establishment late stage? This old man doesn't know what kind of formation Xiao Hua set up, and I can't judge Xiao Hua's true strength. Yu Chen shook his head, however. If I say that he has the strength of Foundation Establishment late stage, I think I overestimated him. However, seeing that he removed the formation in front of this old man and wasn't afraid of this old man's reproach, this old man believes that he must have some kind of backup plan. The shock on Yang Ming's face was difficult to hide, and he once again said with admiration, This old man will never forget Captain's teachings. This old man really didn't think so much. Hee hee, Yu Chen laughed. It's also a great advantage for you to concentrate on cultivation. As long as you improve your cultivation, these insignificant things are nothing. Yes, this old man knows. This old man will follow Captain's lead. Yang Ming saluted and smiled apologetically. Just based on Captain's approachability, I think Xiao Hua will be grateful to Captain's actions in his heart. If there is anything in the future, it will also be a small help. Hee, I hope so. Yu Chen nodded and said, although my Haoming city is powerful, it's nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Thunder Sect. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua naturally won't put this old man in his eyes. However, he has these things that can't be considered as blackmail in my eyes. Under this old man's blind friendship, he will definitely. Hearing Yu Chen say something that can't be considered as evidence, it didn't mean that Yu Chen had finished speaking. Yang Ming suddenly realized something and even stuttered a little as he said, Captain, you mean that the 4 people that Xiao Hua killed? Sure. Yu Chen's face changed, and he shook his head and said, I didn't say anything. This Yu's divine sense also didn't see which sect the 4 people Xiao Hua killed were from. Yes, this old man understands. Yang Ming's face also tightened, and he said hurriedly. But immediately, Yang Ming's eyes turned again, and he whispered, Old Yu, we all believe that Xiao Hua set up a formation to kill the 4 cultivators. But what if it is as Xiao Hua said, the 4 cultivators set up a formation to ambush Xiao Hua? If Xiao Hua has such strength, he can still kill the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators under the formation and not let any of the 4 cultivators escape. Yu Chen sneered, then Xiao Hua is not Xiao Hua, he should be a golden core cultivator. Yes, this old man understands. Yang Ming smiled apologetically, if Xiao Hua has such strength, Captain's friendship is even more valuable. If he has the cultivation of a golden core cultivator, can we still escape from his hands? Yu Chen snorted coldly. I'm afraid that we will be the first to leave, right? However, speaking of this, Yu Chen's heart moved. He hesitated for a moment and sent a voice transmission to Yang Ming. No way. After listening to Yu Chen's voice transmission, Yang Ming's face showed horror. Let's go and take a look first. Yu Chen ordered, just based on a few words just now, this old man can't really befriend Xiao Hua. If I can find something, it can also be useful to this old man. A disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, a cultivator who can easily kill the same level. No matter how much it costs, we should befriend him. Yes, this old man understands. Yang Ming cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Remember, be secretive. Don't let Xiao Hua find out anything. Yu Chen said worriedly. This old man understands. Yang Ming nodded and said, this old man can still do this well. And, after Yang Ming flew away, Yu Chen put his hands behind his back, looked into the distance and sighed in his heart. Xiao Hua, this old man is humble to befriend you, don't let this old man down. How could Xiao Hua think that killing Yan Yu would cause Yu Chen to befriend him? At this time, Xiao Hua was sitting cross-legged on the futon, holding the scissor-like magic weapon in his hand. He immersed his divine thought into a jade slip, and his face showed joy. Haha, soaring dragon scissors. Xiao Hua laughed out loud, opened his eyes, and looked at the magic weapon with joy. This young master's dream execution is now breeding the primordial spirit, so it can't be used for the time being. This cloud-suppressing seal is indeed powerful, but I always feel that it's not powerful enough. Now that I have obtained such a powerful magic weapon, how can I not be happy? Then, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a sharp color, and he sneered, Yan Yu, Liang Yu, and the others are just clowns. They say that they are avenging their nephew, but their goal is this young master's storage bag. Now, it's good that they went for wool and came back shorn. Instead, they gave this young master a magic weapon. Unfortunately, this young master's hands and feet are a little slow. It actually attracted Yu Chen, who used pressure to force out this young master's true cultivation. This secret method of stealing the sky and swapping the sun seems to be not perfect. But, what's wrong with knowing it? Xiao Hua thought proudly. It's just a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If it weren't for the captain of the city guards of Haoming City, this young master wouldn't have any scruples. As long as it has any rebellious thoughts, this young master will kill it all the same. Then, Xiao Hua flicked his hand, and a spell seal hit the half of the soaring dragon scissors. The soaring dragon scissors suddenly flashed, and a golden light burst out like the sun after the clouds opened, illuminating the entire cave. Great, seeing the soaring dragon scissors in such a strange state, which was completely different from when Liang Yu used it, Xiao Hua's face showed joy. He cheered, and the spell seals in his hand continued to hit out. Along with Xiao Hua's sacrificial refining, the flood dragon on the soaring dragon scissors gradually appeared until it was 1 foot long. Then, like a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens, it flew in the cave and circled around Xiao Hua. After several hours, even with Xiao Hua's cultivation, he was still somewhat dispirited. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the soaring dragon scissors. A blood-like cold light flashed, and the originally closed eyes of the soaring flood dragon suddenly opened. That cold light actually shot out from the flood dragon's eyes. Moreover, the flood dragon's figure rapidly shrank, and quickly returned to the original appearance of the soaring dragon scissors, floating in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Chapter 2073. The Tang Jiao shears was still the original Tang Jiao shears, but the eyes on the handle had already opened. Faintly, there was an uncontrollable sharpness that seemed to want to stand out from the Tang Jiao shears. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the Tang Jiao shears flew into his mouth and was sent into his Buddhist heart. He secretly smiled and said, "Looks like this young master got another treasure." This Tang Jiao shears was accidentally obtained by Liang Yu, not a magic treasure taught by Sun Yan. Moreover, the Tang Jiao shears is divided into yin and yang sides. Liang Yu only got the incomplete yang side. Just with this half of the Tang Jiao shears, this young master already feels like a tiger that has grown wings. It is even more powerful than the dream-killing flying sword. When I get the other half of the Tang Jiao shears in the future, with a combination of yin and yang, I'm afraid that even a middle-stage gold core cultivator would be killed by this young master, right? Xiao Lang. At this moment, Xueqi's exclamation came from outside. Xiao Hua didn't have time to look at the other storage pouches. He swept it with his divine sense, and his face also showed panic. He responded, "Wife, don't worry." As Xiao Hua's figure flew out, he saw that Xueqi was already standing in front of the pill furnace, looking at the constantly fluctuating furnace with some panic. Boom! It seemed like the lid of the furnace was about to be lifted. The phantoms of 2 male and female lightning beasts flew out from the pill furnace, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they floated above the pill furnace. The 2 lightning beast phantoms were about 1 foot tall. As soon as they appeared, it was as if they had seen an irreconcilable enemy. They flapped their wings and pounced on each other. Quick! Xiao Hua didn't have time to watch the 2 phantoms fight. He formed hand seals and hit the pill furnace one after another. The 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace was originally swaying left and right in the midst of the fight between the phantoms, and it was about to collapse. As Xiao Hua's hand seals were inserted, it slowly stabilized. Seeing that the pill furnace was stable, Xiao Hua flicked his hand, and several samadhi true fire flew out and fell into the pill furnace. Shwa! Several brilliant lights flew out from the cauldron and landed on the 2 thunder beasts phantoms. The thunder beasts phantoms suddenly expanded and became 2 feet tall. As the lightning beast silhouette grew bigger, the heaven and earth spirit energy within the cave was absorbed by the silhouette, causing the sound of wind to fall into it. All right, at this moment, Xiao Hua's expression was somewhat relaxed. He knew that right now was the time when the yin and yang of the male and female lightning beast's blood fused. It was the most crucial moment. Countless Xue family ancestors had failed to refine the Ling Lei Dan at this moment. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. He released his spiritual will and observed carefully. The 2 thunder beast phantoms were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. After fighting for several breaths, they suddenly raised their heads at the same time, pounded their chests with their fists, and suddenly rushed towards each other. Right now, joy appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He stretched out his left arm and grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers. It was as if he was grabbing something from the pill furnace. As Xiao Hua raised his arm, he spat out a mouthful of true essence, and a black and white net flew out from the pill furnace. One on the left and one on the right, it covered the male and female lightning beast phantoms. Combined, Xiao Hua uttered an incantation, and his hands continuously formed seals. The 2 phantoms originally collided with each other, and under the adhesion of the black and white net, they gradually merged into one. Although this process only took a few breaths, the more the 2 phantoms merged, the greater the repulsive force between them. Separating and merging caused Xiao Hua to consume a lot of magic power. Combine! Xiao Hua shouted once again, and a wisp of faint scarlet-red spirit fire suddenly flew out. It circled around the illusory figure, and all of the repulsive force from before disappeared. With a loud bang, the entire alchemy furnace shook violently, and the two illusory figures combined together as they wished, and were absorbed into the alchemy furnace. Granny. Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed in midair. He seemed to be somewhat lacking in magic power. Looking at the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace that was as quiet as a virgin, he couldn't help but groan. What kind of cultivator can refine this Ling Lei Dan so easily? This young master's alchemy technique is completely different from Xiaoyu continent, and my magic power is also close to gold core. Why can't I refine this thing easily? No wonder Xueqi's heart is tangled. How could her ancestor refine this Ling Lei Dan? Husband. Seeing Xiaohua flying in the air and the pill furnace returning to its calm state, Xueqi in the distance shouted in a low voice, "Is there a mistake?" Hee. Xiaohua turned his head and said with a slight smile, "In your husband's hands, how could there be the slightest mistake? Wife, don't worry. In another 10 days, this Ling Lei Dan will be successfully refined, and it will also be the day you build your foundation." Really? Xueqi's face showed surprise, and she couldn't help but offer her cherry lips considerately to Xiaohua. The two of them were affectionate for a moment, and Xueqi showed hesitation again and said in a low voice, "Husband, the cultivation method you taught me. I'm still a little unfamiliar with it. These meridians still haven't expanded. I think it's better not to take the Ling Lei Dan first. It won't be too late to take it when I feel confident, right?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It's all up to you. Your husband will accompany you. Whether you build your foundation in Haoming City today or in the Sea of Heaven tomorrow, your husband will stand guard for you." "Thank you, husband," Xueqi chuckled, her face full of happiness. At this moment, Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled again, and he swept his divine sense outside the abode. "Ha! Why is this guy here?" Xiaohua saw the person outside the abode, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "Husband? Who is it? Could it be the fire Qilin again?" Xueqi saw Xiaohua's unkind expression and asked in a low voice. "It's not the fire Qilin," Xiaohua shook his head and said. "It's Haoming City City Guard Captain Yu Chen." Xueqi was also puzzled, but she looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I'm going to cultivate by myself. You can send him away yourself." After saying that, without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, she walked to a corner, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes to comprehend. Xiaohua knew that Xueqi didn't want to ask more about him, so he smiled slightly, went out of the pill room, opened all the restrictions, and went outside the abode. On the side of the abode, Yu Chen stood there casually without any city guards. Xiaohua opened the abode and said with a smile, "Captain Yu, I haven't seen you for a few days again. May I know what business you have in my abode today?" Yu Chen released his divine sense. Seeing that there were no other cultivators around, he cupped his hands and said, "I didn't come to your abode for a special visit. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can let me in for a chat?" Ha! Hearing that Yu Chen actually said that he had nothing to do and wanted to enter the abode to talk, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His mind turned quickly, guessing Yu Chen's intention. I wonder if he saw through the matter of me killing Yan Yu. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't misunderstand. Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, how could Yu Chen not know what Xiaohua was thinking? He hurriedly said, "I just saw fellow Taoist Xiao's profound magic power and wanted to make friends with you, so I came to talk to fellow Taoist Xiao." Chapter 2074. Profound Magic Power? You want to make friends with him? Xiaohua was even more stunned. Ever since he started cultivating, all the cultivators he met were either using him or forcing him to do things. How could he make friends with someone? Most of the people he had some friendship with were related to him. Someone unrelated to him like Yu Chen. This was the first time. However, Xiaohua still cupped his hands and smiled. My cultivation is shallow. I've never met a fellow Taoist like fellow Taoist Yu. Please forgive me. Hee, it's fine. Yu Chen was comforted when he heard Xiaohua call him fellow Taoist Yu. Aren't you going to invite me in? Ha. Fellow Taoist Yu, please. Xiaohua stepped aside and invited Yu Chen into the cave. Yu Chen was only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Hua had already killed late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators when he was at the peak of qi refinement. He wasn't afraid of Yu Chen having any other thoughts. Where's fellow Taoist Xue? Yu Chen entered the cave and didn't release his divine sense. Fellow Taoist Yu, please sit. Xiao Hua invited Yu Chen to sit and replied. Junior sister is in seclusion. She's looking for a chance to reach Foundation establishment. She can't come out to meet you. Not bad, Yu Chen sighed. He watched Xiao Hua take out some spirit fruits from his space. He casually picked one and ate while saying, You disciples of large sects have an advantage. Your cultivation is guaranteed. You can't compare to us wild fox cultivators. Look, your junior sister is about to reach Foundation establishment. As her senior brother, you're accompanying her from thousands of miles away. I'm really envious. Hee, fellow Taoist Yu, please don't laugh at me. Xiao Hua took out some spirit wine and smiled. I got this from somewhere else. I don't know where it came from. Fellow Taoist Yu, please have a taste. Oh, it's not from your Imperial Thunder sect? Yu Chen was stunned. However, he still picked up the wine cup and took a sip. I've drunk this spirit wine before. It seems to be Tianmen Mountain's Huang family's clear wine. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then said with a smile, This Xiao doesn't like spirit wine, but this thing seems to be. The two of them then chatted for a while. Yu Chen patted his storage bag and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I ate your spirit fruit and drank your spirit wine. This is a little bit of this old man's sincerity. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can accept it. What is this? Xiao Hua looked at the jade strip and asked somewhat strangely. Yu Chen smiled and said, Won't fellow Taoist Xiao know if you take a look? When Xiao Hua took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Moreover, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Yu Chen didn't panic at all and said with a smile, This old man wants to be on good terms with fellow Taoist Xiao, so I naturally have to understand fellow Taoist Xiao. I just so happen to be the captain of Haoming City's city guards. Some things might be difficult for others, but it's as easy as flipping my palm for me. However, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry, this old man knows the severity of the matter. This old man didn't inquire about the rogue cultivator who sold the body refinement cultivation method. Moreover, according to this old man's knowledge, it's impossible for this old man to inquire about the situation. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he returned the jade slip to Yu Chen and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Yu's painstaking efforts, this Xiao appreciates. However, this isn't what this Xiao needs. Doesn't fellow Taoist Xiao need a body refinement cultivation method? Yu Chen took the jade slip and said, This cultivation method is the best cultivation method in my Haoming City's Jade Field Paradise. Fellow Taoist Yu, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Since fellow Taoist Yu has such intentions, then this Xiao won't hide it from fellow Taoist. This Xiao doesn't need a body refinement cultivation method, but a bone tempering cultivation method. Bone tempering? When Yu Chen heard this, his face revealed a disappointed expression. He put away the jade slip and said resentfully, From what this old man has seen, I really haven't heard of any bone tempering cultivation method. This old man is somewhat ignorant and inexperienced. Bone tempering cultivation methods are rare in the first place. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao only has a divine ability that requires the assistance of this cultivation method. Otherwise, this Xiao absolutely wouldn't have thought of it. It's normal that fellow Taoist Yu doesn't know about it. Okay, Yu Chen said with a smile, since I know that fellow Taoist Xiao needs a bone tempering cultivation method, this you will help fellow Taoist Xiao look for it in Haoming City. Ha. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist Yu. In fact, there's no need to be restricted to Haoming City. As long as there's news of bone tempering cultivation methods in Xiaoyu continent, this Xiao will be endlessly grateful. This Yu understands. Yu Chen nodded. Immediately, Xiao Hua's heart moved again. He clapped his hands, took out the soaring dragon shears, and asked, Fellow Taoist Yu, have you seen this thing before? Yu Chen didn't take it. He only scanned it with his divine sense and shook his head, saying, This Yu hasn't seen it before. However, seeing that this magic treasure is incomplete, fellow Taoist Xiao means. Yes, fellow Taoist Yu, please pay attention. If there's news of this magic treasure, please inform this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Okay, fellow Taoist Xiao, please rest assured. This will help you pay attention. When Yu Chen saw that Xiao Hua entrusted this matter to him without any hesitation, he was overjoyed. He knew that this trip wasn't in vain. He made friends with a cultivator with unlimited potential, so he immediately patted his chest and said with a smile. Yes, fellow Taoist Yu, Xiao Hua thought. He waved his hand, took out a few jade boxes, and placed them in front of Yu Chen. He said with a smile, fellow Taoist Yu came prepared, which made this Xiao a little nervous. This Xiao prepared these spiritual herbs for future use. Today, I'll give them to fellow Taoist Yu as a gift for our first meeting. When Yu Chen saw that Xiao Hua was so generous, he was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, this Yu is happy to see you. How could I covet your Imperial Thunder Sect's spiritual herbs? Fellow Taoist's way of doing things makes this Yu a little uneasy. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take these things back. Haha, this is this Xiao's goodwill. Fellow Taoist Yu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's take a look first and see if it's beneficial to your cultivation. If it's not useful, then it won't be too late to refuse. Okay, Yu Chen didn't mind. He didn't think that a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator could take out spiritual herbs that could move his heart. Moreover, Haoming City was a city of auctions. What kind of spiritual herbs hadn't he seen before? However, in order to not let Xiao Hua lose face, Yu Chen still decided to take a look. Whether or not they were useful to him, he would take them back first. However, when Yu Chen opened a jade box and saw the spiritual herbs inside, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes emitted a trace of divine light. He looked around and said in a low voice, Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, these spiritual herbs, I'm afraid they're over 10,000 years old? When he saw Xiao Hua's smiling expression, he hurriedly opened the other jade boxes. After taking a look, the joy on his face became even stronger. He looked at Xiao Hua with a complicated gaze. With a wave of his hand, he put away the jade boxes into his storage pouch. He sighed and said, I won't say anything else. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really considerate. These spiritual herbs are exactly what I need. If I were to be unreasonable, I would have come here in vain today. Great, Xiao Hua also clapped his hands and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, you have such a magnanimous heart. I'm relieved. Yu Chen thought for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm still a bit uneasy after taking your spiritual herbs. The matter you mentioned just now is a bit tricky. I'm afraid it might not be effective in a short time. Do you have any other difficult matters? If I can help you, please don't hesitate to tell me. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He clapped his hands and took out a blank jade slip. He wrote some things on it and handed it to Yu Chen with a smile. I was just about to tell fellow Taoist Yu that these things are exactly what I need. Because I'm not familiar with the auction in Haoming City, I only participated in the auction for nascent soul cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators. I didn't come across these things. If it's convenient for fellow Taoist Yu, please help me gather them. I will be eternally grateful. Yu Chen took the jade slip, glanced at it, and said with a smile, so it's some materials for refining tools. They're not too rare. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you just have to wait for a day or two. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted, but there was nothing special on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. I'll give the spirit stones to fellow Taoist right away. No need, no need. Yu Chen hurriedly waved his hand. These materials don't require many spirit stones. Just take it as a gift from me to fellow Taoist Xiao. After discussing the matter, Yu Chen said a few more words to Xiao Hua before leaving. After seeing Yu Chen off, Xiao Hua secretly said, No wonder cultivators pay attention to communication. Although I knew a thing or two before, I never got any benefits because of it. It turns out that a person's strength is limited. Everyone has their own sphere of influence. If everyone interacts with each other, many difficult things may become easy. When Yu Chen saw that I was able to kill 4 cultivators of the same level, he wanted to make friends with me. Perhaps it would be beneficial to his cultivation in the future. And I can rely on Yu Chen's power to get information that I can't find. It's really two benefits in one fell swoop. It seems that completely concealing my cultivation is not a good thing. Occasionally letting others see my true strength and getting the respect and recognition of others is also beneficial to my cultivation in the future. Immediately, Xiaohua sat cross-legged again and took out the storage bags of Yan Yu, Liang Yu, and the others. His divine sense swept through them, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Another 3 days later, Yu Chen came to visit as promised and gave a medium-sized storage bag to Xiaohua. Inside were the various materials that Xiaohua needed to repair the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua thanked Yu Chen with a satisfied expression on his face. However, Yu Chen didn't get the slightest bit of information about the soaring dragon scissors and the bone-tempering technique. However, according to Yu Chen, he begged an elder who was on good terms with him in Hao Ming City to inquire about the information from the city lord, Taoist master Yao Hong. He was afraid that there would be some news after 10 days. This was naturally still beyond Xiaohua's expectations. He didn't expect Yu Chen to actually spend so much capital and trouble Taoist master Yao Hong for his matter. Moreover, the 81-day time limit for refining the High Thunder Pill would expire in 10 days. He naturally wouldn't leave Hao Ming City in a hurry. It was normal for him to wait for 10 days, regardless of whether there was any news or not. After seeing Yu Chen off, Xiaohua checked the materials used to refine the cloud-suppressing seal again, and looked at the refining technique to make sufficient preparations for refining the cloud-suppressing seal. Chapter 2075. Rise. Xiaohua's 10 fingers opened slightly, and his spiritual power faintly penetrated into the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. A clear sound came from inside the furnace, and it was actually the sound of a thunder beast roaring towards the sky. Moreover, a rich fragrance spread throughout the entire alchemy room. Xueqi stood far away in a corner of the alchemy room, and her eyes revealed endless admiration and pride. Looking at Xiaohua, who was about to condense the pill, there was a trace of uneasiness behind that joyful expression. Right at this time, Xiaohua chuckled and looked back at Xueqi. He formed a spell with both hands. The spell was very obscure, and the fluctuation of spiritual power was extremely strange. It was very different from the alchemy methods seen in the Xiaoyu continent. Fortunately, Xueqi didn't know alchemy at all, and there was no other strange expression in her eyes except for admiration. However, what puzzled Xueqi was that as Xiaohua formed a spell, the slightly vibrating alchemy furnace began to stabilize, and the hissing sound also became smaller. However, at the same time, the fragrance in the room also disappeared, as if it was restrained inside the alchemy furnace. This was very different from the alchemy technique she had heard of. When Xiaohua waved his hand, a faint black and white brilliance flashed above the alchemy furnace, and Xiaohua's face was slightly surprised. Ha! This Ling Lei pill. Can't it be pulled out? Xiaohua muttered in a low voice, and didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately waved his hand, and the flame under the alchemy furnace was immediately extinguished. He waved his hand, and a jade slip appeared in his hand, and he carefully read it. After a long time, Xiaohua put away the jade slip, but his brows didn't loosen. Husband, Xueqi saw this and asked in a low voice, "Is there a mistake?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "What mistake? It's just the process of refining the Ling Lei pill. It's a little different from what your husband knows. Your husband originally wanted to refine a few pills at once. Who knew that you could only refine one pill, which really makes your husband unhappy?" Hee. Xueqi covered her mouth and laughed. Husband is really greedy. This Ling Lei pill is a heaven-defying item. My Xue family's ancestors spent a lot of effort to refine one pill, and you want to refine a few pills at once? Is this a joke? This concubine will be satisfied with just one. Hee. Xiaohua's mouth curled into a sly smile. My wife's problem has been solved, but what about our children? Husband still wants to leave some benefits for them. Hee. Xueqi's face flushed red when she heard this. She giggled and said, "With an alchemist like you, whenever the children need it, you can just refine it." But within Xueqi's charming smile, there was still a trace of gloom, far from what others could see. Wife is right. Xiaohua exaggeratedly slaps his forehead. If there is one child, this husband will refine it once. If there are 10 children, this husband will refine it 10 times. It really isn't a big deal. Hee, not shy at all. Xueqi was abnormally shy, like a real young lady. After a short while, Xueqi asked again, that's right. Husband, is the soaring lightning pill done? That's fine. Xiaohua nodded and said, the pill is already done. Since you can't pull the pill, wait a moment, this husband will directly collect the pill. Good, Xueqi said with a faint smile. After refining the soaring lightning pill, this concubine will follow husband to QC. There should be enough time to comprehend that wonderful technique along the way. Io. Xiaohua heard this and thought of another matter. To go to QC, one must pass through Ink Cloud Black Forest. Xiaohua was very clear about the dangers of Ink Cloud Black Forest. If there wasn't any special passage, it would be very difficult for Xueqi, who was a refiner, to pass through. At this moment, Xiaohua felt some movement outside the cave. He laughed in his heart. Good, whoever wants to come can come. This is a good opportunity to ask fellow Taoist Yu if he has any shortcuts. However, when he released his divine sense and saw the person outside the cave, his face showed displeasure. The person outside was the Fire Qilin of Ardent Fire Mountain. Wife, the Fire Qilin has come. I wonder what's the matter. Xiaohua said in a low voice. Xueqi nodded slightly and said, husband, you can just send him away. No matter what, husband will make the decision. Okay, Xiaohua replied and went outside the cave. The Fire Qilin heard the noise and saw Xiaohua come out. Its gaze was still looking behind Xiaohua, but it was disappointed that Xueqi wasn't behind Xiaohua. Where is fellow Taoist Xue? The Fire Qilin asked. I will let fellow Taoist know, Xiaohua said neither arrogantly nor humbly. My wife is in closed-door cultivation and can't see guests. I wonder if fellow Taoist has something to say? Fellow Taoist Xiao, the Fire Qilin asked sincerely. This fire knows that you and Xueqi aren't dual cultivating, and this fire will be returning to Ardent Fire Mountain with grandfather today. This fire came today just to see fellow Taoist Xue. Fellow Taoist Fire is leaving? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and asked curiously. The auction just ended a few dozen days ago and the elders of Ardent Fire Mountain are returning? Yes, something strange happened in Ardent Fire Mountain. Grandfather has to hurry back. The Fire Qilin was somewhat absent-minded. It didn't care about the advice of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and casually said the reason. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this fire just wants to see fellow Taoist Xue. It's fine even if we don't talk. Sorry, fellow Taoist Fire, you should go back, Xiaohua said after pondering for a moment. But the Fire Qilin was somewhat stubborn. It seemed as if it didn't understand the tactful words. It pushed Xiaohua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, you are only Xueqi's senior brother. Taking a step back, you can be considered a senior brother and sister with a closer relationship. Since you haven't dual cultivated this fire, however, when the Fire Qilin spoke to this point, it stopped again because its hand was pushing Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaohua did not retaliate. It only felt that Xiaohua was standing there like an iron wall, not moving in the slightest. Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you want to force this fire to make a move? The Fire Qilin sneered. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He didn't show any panic and said with a smile, if fellow Taoist Fire wants to give me pointers, this Xiao will accompany you at any time. Good. The Fire Qilin was furious. It waved its hand and the surrounding world spirit energy began to condense as if some powerful magical art was being cast. Wait. 2 voices sounded at the same time. They were the crisp voices of female cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xue, you came out? I knew you would definitely come out. The Fire Qilin didn't pay attention to the female voice behind it. It was pleasantly surprised as it looked behind Xiaohua and hurriedly said. Xueqi slowly walked out from behind Xiaohua. Her face was cold as she coldly walked to Xiaohua's side. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Xiaohua's arm. She said, Senior Fire, this junior has already made it clear in the cave of the Ardent Fire Mountain that this junior will be Xiaohua's wife in this life. Even if we can't dual cultivate, even if we can't live and die together, even if this junior becomes a ghost, this junior's body will belong to Xiaohua. Senior Fire should extinguish those delusions and properly cultivate. In the future, when you meet a female cultivator to your liking, you can then dual cultivate. Chapter 2076. Xue. Fellow Taoist Xue. Fire Qilin saw that Xue seemed to be unable to complete his sentence. What other thoughts do I have? I naturally know what you're thinking. I just want to see fellow Taoist Xue before leaving Haoming City. My blazing fire mountain is thousands of miles away from the Imperial Thunder Sect, but this is nothing. I can be considered to have cultivated successfully now. If I wholeheartedly want to see fellow Taoist, this distance is nothing. But how can this distance compare to the distance in my heart? Even if I'm facing fellow Taoist Xue now, I know that the distance in my heart is greater than the entire Dawn Rain continent. I can't surpass this distance even if I cultivate for a lifetime. I just want to see fellow Taoist Xue once. Just once. These words were said with deep feelings, and even Xiao Hua was slightly moved. But Xue didn't wait for Fire Qilin to finish speaking and asked indifferently, since Junior has already come out, it can be considered as meeting Senior. Senior, is there anything else? No. Nothing else. Fire Qilin was like a stunned goose as he answered. Well, since we've already met and Senior has nothing else, Junior will return. Xue glanced at Fire Hibiscus behind Fire Qilin and said, Junior thanks Senior Hibiscus for taking care of me in the past. After speaking, she turned and left without waiting for Fire Hibiscus to speak. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Fire Hibiscus had an apologetic look on her face as she cupped her hands and said, I didn't plan to come and bid farewell to fellow Taoist, but I saw cousin coming over and was afraid that something had happened, so I followed. Since there's nothing else, I'll return with cousin. I hope to see fellow Taoist Xiao again in the future. Well, I even hope that fellow Taoist Xiao and sister Xue can get married soon. Thank you for your auspicious words. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I can't send fellow Taoist off, please forgive me. It's fine, fellow Taoist. Please return. Fire Hibiscus glanced at Fire Qilin who was in a daze and said with a bitter smile. Then, Xiao Hua turned and returned, sealing the cave abode. Fire Qilin actually stood there in a daze for the time it took to burn an incense before leaving quietly. Wife, why did you say those words just now? Truly inappropriate. Xiao Hua watched the Fire Qilin leave and grumbled in a low voice. Hee, husband, if I don't say that, how can I make that Fire Qilin give up? Xue laughed. I'm just saying, why take it so seriously? I just don't feel good. Xiao Hua shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. The Ling Lei pill should be done, right? Xue urged. This concubine is looking forward to it. All right. Xiao Hua's expression was greatly refreshed when he heard Xue mention the Ling Lei pill. He said, I will keep the Ling Lei pill now. We should also prepare to leave Haoming City. In this Haoming City, it's really a little aggrieved. Under Xue's caress, Xiao Hua once again entered the alchemy room. At this time, the alchemy room was very quiet. Occasionally, there would be a slight sound coming from the alchemy furnace, like the chirping of birds or the swimming of fish. Listening to this sound was like the sound of nature. Moreover, the entire alchemy room was restored to its previous aura. The rich fragrance had completely disappeared. If one smelled it carefully, perhaps one could smell a trace of it when one got close to the alchemy furnace. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and knew that it was the best time to collect the pill. Therefore, he signaled Xue to stay away from the alchemy furnace. He took a deep breath and mobilized the true essence in his body. Spiritual power surged into his fingers, and he slowly launched a series of alchemy techniques. The techniques hit the alchemy furnace. At first, there was no movement. After a while, the alchemy furnace emitted a faint brilliance. When Xiao Hua waved his hand, the top of the three-legged vermilion bird and phoenix pattern furnace opened. With a soft sound, a dazzling brilliance flashed. A cloud like the shadow of a thunder beast was born from the alchemy furnace, and there was a gray flash in the cloud. Collect, Xiao Hua scolded softly. A real shadow flashed in his hand, and he launched a series of alchemy techniques on the cloud. However, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was attracted by the techniques, and it actually formed small hurricanes around the cloud. These hurricanes rotated around the cloud layer and slowly absorbed the cloud. The shadow of the thunder beast also slowly shrunk and was absorbed by the gray flash. With a pop sound, there seemed to be some lightning in the void, and it lingered around the already formed Ling Lei pill and entered it. Great! Seeing that the lightning disappeared with a sound, and a thumb-sized Ling Lei pill rotated slightly in the air, Xiaohua laughed loudly. He knew that the Ling Lei pill was finally completed. With a wave of his hand, the Ling Lei pill fell into his hand. Ha! It seems to be different from what was recorded in the jade slip. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the gray Ling Lei pill. His divine sense was also blocked by the surface of the Ling Lei pill, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, in his heart, he faintly felt that this Ling Lei pill formula was the real Ling Lei pill. Husband, seeing Xiaohua holding the pill in his hand, Xueqi's face was hard to suppress the joy, and she whispered, "Is the Ling Lei pill completed?" "Yes," Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Ling Lei pill flew to Xueqi. But he said, however, "It is different from what was recorded in the jade slip." "Oh." Sure enough. Xueqi received the Ling Lei pill, and with her eyes and divine sense, she nodded and said, "According to what was recorded in the jade slip, the Ling Lei pill has a strange fragrance, and there will be phantoms of lightning beasts in the surroundings, and there will even be miniature lightning beasts inside the pill." Xiaohua smiled bitterly, touched his nose and said, "Yes, and the Ling Lei pill should be half the size of a fist, far bigger than this. The color is also a little wrong." Xueqi continued, "It should be black and white threads intertwining." Speaking up to here, Xueqi realized something and quickly shut her mouth, put the Ling Lei pill into the jade bottle, and said with a smile, "This is already not bad." Husband only looked at the jade slip and refined the Ling Lei pill without anyone's guidance. This wife doesn't know what to say. Xiaohua didn't care about Xueqi's explanation, and after thinking for a while he said, "This husband's pill refining method is different from what was recorded in the jade slip, or the pill refined is different. However, this husband believes that since it can be refined, this Ling Lei pill will definitely be useful. This wife doesn't doubt my husband." Xueqi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "However, this wife will wait until later to take it." "As you wish," Xiaohua nodded. "We will prepare to leave Bright Dawn City." "Don't, wait a few more days," Xueqi shook her head and said, "The disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain might still be nearby, and if we encounter them, we won't be able to do anything, as my wife says." Xiaohua also didn't want to see the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, so he nodded and agreed. On the third day, Yuchen came, and just as he sat down, he smiled and said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old man has failed you." Ha! Xiaohua originally saw the smile on Yuchen's face, and thought that there was some whereabouts of the bone tempering technique, but Yuchen actually said this, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. However, Xiaohua smiled and said, "No matter, this thing is rare, and this Xiao didn't plan to make it easy. If fellow Taoist you found it so quickly, this Xiao would be puzzled again." He, fellow Taoist Xiao. Yuchen drank a mouthful of spiritual tea and said, "This old man has failed you because this old man didn't get any accurate information from the city lord." Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hands, saying, "So fellow Taoist you is joking with this Xiao?" He, my city lord is a nascent soul cultivator, and his knowledge is 10,000 times better than ours. Although he doesn't know the whereabouts of the bone tempering technique, he has heard some rumors." Yu Chen smiled proudly. According to him, this bone tempering technique was left behind from ancient times, and it has long disappeared from the Dawn Rain continent. It should be around 1,000 years ago. He heard a senior occasionally mention that there was a record in the ancient records of a certain sect that there was an ancient race who refined their bodies and tempered their bones on the overseas Sunset Island. Sunset Island? Xiaohua said happily. Isn't that the exact location? This old man also had the same idea. Yu Chen said with a smile, but the Xueqi Sea is huge, and there are very few overseas cultivators. There is no island named Sunset Island among the few known in Haoming City. Oh, this is not good, Xiaohua said with a frown. Yes, the waves in the Xueqi Sea are stable, but the overseas area is full of monstrous waves, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is scarce. How can we find this so-called Sunset Island? Yu Chen echoed, I think fellow Taoist Xiao should make other plans. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua shook his head and said, Forget it. I promised junior sister that I would accompany her to the Xueqi Sea. Since I'm going, I'll go and find her. If I don't go, I will have an inner demon in my heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go to the Xueqi Sea. Yu Chen frowned and asked, Fellow Taoist, don't forget that from Haoming City to the Xueqi Sea, you have to pass through the Majiao Black Forest. After passing through the Majiao Black Forest, you have to cross the whole Meng country. Without a flying spiritual artifact, fellow Taoist Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue will encounter more than a little difficulty. Isn't this just for experience? Xiao Hua said with a smile. If not, how can junior sister Xue build her foundation? Well, okay. Yu Chen nodded and clapped his hands. He took out a jade slip and said, "This is the map of the Kueha Sea that I found in the Sutra Pavilion in Haoming City. If fellow Taoist Xiao insists on going, then take it." "Oh, thank you so much. Fellow Taoist Yu." Xiao Hua was even more surprised. He bowed and thanked Yu Chen and reached out to take it. Xiao Hua didn't look at it carefully. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and put it into his space. Then he asked, "Fellow Taoist Yu, you came at the right time. I want to ask if there is a secret path through the Majiao Black Forest in Haoming City." This. Yu Chen was a little embarrassed. There are several secret paths in Haoming City. However, because of the Majiao Black Forest, these secret paths are all ineffective. We just found one recently, and it's not very stable. The danger inside is also unpredictable. That's good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "As long as there is a secret path, it will save me and junior sister Xue the trouble of going into the Majiao Black Forest." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and took out a storage bag. "This secret path must belong to Haoming City. These spirit stones are for me to buy information, so I won't make things too difficult for you. Fellow Taoist Yu, if you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qi. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.